Okay, I'm alive. Hello. Go. Well, whoever's here. I'm gonna play some tactics and then, it's whatever. Alright. Okay. Tap
Welcome. Not a lot happening. Anything else there?
no errands. I'm gonna do the errand. So now Ramza,
Understood.
Agrias, Orlando, Cloud,
Sure thing.
Beowulf,
My strength is yours.
and there you go.
No turning back.
Because I'm willing to bet that maxing their jobs is also an achievement. I am willing to bet money on it. Big monies. Metal. Wow. Whoa. Train.
fleeting life. Cling to it not. Embrace inevitable end. Judgment Blade.
Huh. Oh boy. Divine Ruination. I want to see how that skill works. Divine Ruination. I bet I cannot. Yeah, I cannot. Of course.
Not looking good.
My move.
Your move indeed. Judgment Blade.
My turn.
Oh my god. Oh. Divine Ruination. Alright, we won. That's how it's done. Let me see something before we begin. Before we even do anything. Might as well. Might as well. Oh, wait. Did something... Hold on. Hello. I didn't see the chat. Thank you for the $15. Looks like a teenager today. Wait, what? What do you mean? What? What do you... What? What do you mean I look like a teenager? Huh? Don't I look the same as always? But yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Look at that. You're doing... See, we don't have to run from any fight now. We can just do them. Oh, might as well do something. Yes, might as well. Hold on. What the hell is wrong with my keyboard? Teenager. Do I look like a teenager today? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Do I look like a teenager today? Yeah, let's check the chat. Giggles for Lucy, thank you. Hello Emily, yes. How are you? How are you today? Okay, let's see. Oh, I'm surrounded. Okay. So Ramza here.
Understood.
Orlan, let's...
As you wish.
All right.
As you command.
Oh, one more. Cloud.
Sure thing.
I need a special weapon to be able to use his crap. Divine Ruination. No, Judgment Blade actually. No. Oh wow.
Forward.
As you can see, this squad is doing very well. Orlando is overpowered as ever. Whoop. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Shout. Shout it out loud. Okay, we do Judgment. Look at that. Very well.
Not bad.
Huh.
Just
I
so.
shall spare no effort.
And then we'll learn even more powerful skills for those.
So's it.
That's the whole point. Orlando is already overpowered, but you can make him more overpowered. He was supposed to be nerfed in this version, you know? But I guess Square Enix decided that they just could not do it. Monsieur Orlando cannot be nerfed, cannot be contained. There you go. I'm never in trouble when I have this guy on the team. Never. It's impossible to be in trouble when you have this guy on the team. Physically impossible. Yeah, Orlando is the... Hello, Simon. Yeah, did you see how overpowered he still is? Hold on. So now when I do errands, I don't avoid battles anymore. Because I can... Oh! Imagine if I gave him the... imagine if I gave him the piece of equipment that grants regeneration. Right? He already has haste. Because Excalibur grants haste. So, you know. Haste plus regeneration. I could give him all that crap. I definitely should give him more movement. We have Night Sword. Does he have Night Sword? Shadow Blade. Yeah, oh my god, that's true. Shadow Blade employs the power of darkness to absorb a distant unit's HP. Dusk Blade employs the power of darkness to... Oh jeez, he does Hallowed Bolt. You know what? Let's learn the Shadow Blade. Movement +1. Don't mind if I do. Okay, let's put him... let's put some of that crap in him. That sounds so weird. Alright. Let's learn some skills. I should actually...
This will do.
Hold on.
What is
Sorry. Whoa, whoa, wait. Orlando. Oh,
Yes.
Agrias. Northwind Strike. Who I studied? A Cloud. How do I get a better weapon for him again? There's this level when I can get better weapon for him, but I forgot what it was. At the top of a volcano or something. You need this skill to find items. Because Cloud can only use his skills if you have the correct weapons equipped. That has not changed. So his starting weapon, which is weak, and the weapon that you get for him when you go to the volcano and fetch it. You know, I could do a react to a thing that happened. I look like a teenager to me. Okay, let's try it. Let's try the Night Sword. Ramza.
To arms. arms then.
Good, to arms then. Ah, this guy is the
Ever
best.
ready.
You gotta love him. You gotta love this guy.
Into the fray then.
Into the fray then.
Count me in. It's time.
Look at that. Look at all that beautiful stuff.
With purpose.
Alright. It's like, you know what? I don't need Gavgarian anymore. I mean, Gavgarian has a nice skin, but Orlando is my Gavgarian, okay? Orlando is my Gavgarian. Oh, I healed. Whatever. I tested it on the wrong enemy. I never expected to see Orlando die. Hold on, that was a mistake. Abort! Abort! Abort. From start of battle. Abort. Judgment Blade. There you go, that's better.
Alright.
That's the Orlando that I know. Gagarin is just a mercenary. Yeah, but he has a cool sprite and I actually liked his voice actor. Also, honor cannot fill your belly. Or whatever.
Forward.
My move.
Alright. My move. Socialist simping for capitalist mercenaries. Was he a capitalist? I don't know if he was a capitalist. They live in a monarchy. I look like a teenager today, apparently. That's what fake Alec Parker said. Alright, let's finish him off. Orlando, clean up, please. Do the cleanup, if you will. No way. Does it actually work like that? No way in hell. Apologies. Apologies, Agrias. You were in the way. It's okay, you won't be dead for long because, you know. It'll all be over soon. Oh wow, Orlando was the greatest contributor. Who would have guessed? Who would have known? Wow, I would never have guessed that Orlando would be the biggest contributor to this crap.
Welcome. Make yourself up. You're interested then?
I am
You've some
interested.
news from an errand. Right then.
'Twas a resounding success. We were blessed with great fortune.
I never thought we'd achieve it.
I'd consider that.
I recently received the following note from Zero, no good burglar.
Who you sending? How many days for this errand? Anyone? I'll see. Need anything else? Thank.
Wait, so can you remind me how to get Cloud's better weapon? He's not really buffed for me if I cannot use his skills. pretty useless at the moment, to be quite honest. I am, however, still leveling his skills.
I will go.
Very well.
This is my squad for when I'm doing errands.
Ready and willing.
Count me
Actually,
in.
we'll have to level up all of their jobs
At the ready.
because I am willing to bet there's an achievement there. I read somewhere or heard somewhere that this character, that Orlando, was actually introduced because the company was afraid that not everybody would be able to finish this game. Actually, unironically. They introduced this character so that everybody would be able to finish the game no matter what their skill level. Do you believe it? Hello, Philippobus. Cloud from FF7. Why is Ramses so weak all of a sudden? Whatever, I'll just learn a little. Wow. I'll just learn a little bit of his jumper skills and it should be fine. Whoa. We cannot hit him. Oh, wow. Looks like it's Judgment Blade time. Would be interesting if I lost Cloud to some silly stuff like, you know, like this. It's okay, we will not lose Cloud. Praise again, soldier. You are in soldier, soldier. You're a member of soldier. Who's the biggest contributor? Let's see. Oh, Orlando again! Well, what do you know? What do you know? Orlando once again is the greatest contributor. Holy moly. Holy moly. Flee.
Good day to you. What'll it be? You're interested then? An errand's over and done with. Right then.
We could not have hoped for a better outcome.
Tis
Adding to our fortunes,
Ooh.
we even found a rare treasure.
The momentous
Surely
events
it's ain't it?
described in this book through hold the potential to rewrite the pages of history. It documents the life of a woman now all but forgotten.
Fine treasure you found. I'd consider that. Need anything else?
Can I actually read this?
Come back.
Ooh.
A warm welcome. Rumors, eh? Need anything else? Nothing. Will that be all? Come back.
Actually, I should do some bird trimming.
Gathered within
Oh.
are materials that await your perusal.
I can. Okay, I want to quit for now. I can read this later. Okay, I can read this later. Oh my god, how do I stop this? Oh my god. Stop reading, Jesus Christ.
These oh,
Enough.
leaving, are we?
Reading is for nerds, okay? This game is already too much reading. As is.
Welcome. Not a lot. Will that be okay? A warm welcome. That's the spirit.
Holy crap. Endless caverns. Okay, we're just gonna save game. Okay. I don't think anybody's interested in me doing endless errands, right? And let's... Actually, I should distribute their job points. Lich.
What?
Holy water. Oh, mustard. Monk. Monk bonk.
Keen as mustard. Eh? What? All right then.
I think this is okay. Hold on.
I've fallen for a...
Hold on.
Eh? You have my attention.
What is it?
Steel. I think this is fine. Story I will do with my regular team. I will not do it with Orlando. It's like too easy, you know? So how is everybody doing? Look at that. Oh my gosh, I should be in the camera actually.
Very well.
Very well.
Yes, of course.
Look, a
Ready
group
for
of
battle.
knights and a dragoon.
Ready.
No turning back.
Is there anything to steal? Oh. More undead.
What men of flesh and blood dare disturb the slumber of the dead? Men with orosight. Felicitous indeed that such a treasure should present itself unto us. We will have it from you. Then at last will our souls ascend to that lofty plane, as yours rot here in their stead.
We should seek to resurrect. Wonder if they have any good equipment. Actually, no. Not really. Nothing amazing.
It is time.
Fitzlops. Why is it so weak? It feels like a cheat, actually. Fitzlop. Fitzlops. What? Only one guy? Only one guy was affected? No way, bro. No way. No way, man. Goodbye. Goodbye.
I've lived through worse.
Goodbye. No, wait. Now I will bid you goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, monster. Bleh. Whoop.
I'm not best yet. By the gods.
By the goddess. By the maturity of the branches. Hello. Goodbye. Bleh. Oh. Oh. Hello. Goodbye.
If I must.
Oh. Hello. No way. I thought they'd come back from the dead. Like all the other undead. Okay. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, no last words? Also press like on the stream. Don't forget.
So you are unwilling to compromise on your position?
Ivalice's reunification under its rightful king was Duke Larg's ardent wish. We've no intention of laying down arms until the Black Lion's men bend the knee to King Orinus. They will not steer the helm of Ivalice. And nor will the Church. Not so long as this house stands.
Do you not know who made your assassination of Duke Larg possible?
I mislike the question. Larg was felled by one of Goltana's assassins. Or do you mean to say that you were the ones who sent him?
That you would dare to make such jests. The Church has fallen far indeed. There is to be no convincing you then.
Were it our desire, we could crush the Template like an overripe grape. Of that, I am quite convinced.
Tell me, this poison employed at Bessalat, do you know what it was?
I am told it was an extract of moss fungus spores.
An insidious thing, moss fungus. It takes a great quantity to kill a man, but the toxin never leaves the blood. The smallest, most undetectable of doses will prove lethal if repeated often enough. The person being poisoned is oft unaware, for the symptoms are easy to confuse with those of common affliction. Headaches, chills, joint pain, high fever. Such things are observed before the lungs flood, and the stricken struggles for breath. The young and robust may pull through, but the odds favor not the elderly and infirm.
Oh my gosh, is he saying you killed your dad? You killed your dad? Did you kill your dad? Did you kill your dad?
Your late Lord Father was taken by malady, was he not?
Oh shit. Uh-oh. You killed your dad.
What is it that you wish to say?
I'm told you yourself have some knowledge in poisoncraft.
What of it?
I recently learned an interesting fact. I had wondered if you might be aware of it. When one poisoned by moss fungus is buried, they say toadstools sprout on the grave, because spores remain in the body, for which reason those killed by moss fungus at Bessalat are being cremated, as a precaution. Forgive me, I digress. Yes. There was another matter.
Ah yes, you killed your dad.
From High Confessor Marcel.
A gemstone.
It is a zodiac stone. A blessed crystal from Malond. The High Confessor wished for you to have it. Please accept it as a symbol of the Church's good faith.
Oh, Zalbag. More like douchebag, am I right? Oh. I should have bought more items, actually.
You can rely on me.
Let us begin.
Ready for battle.
Ready.
It's time. Not a soul to be found. Could the castle truly be abandoned? The door stands open. This sinister air. I have felt it before. Yes. The battle with the Cardinal. With Wiegraf.
Welcome to Limbury Castle. We'd begun to think you'd never arrive.
Oh, let's kick your ass.
What a waste that would have been. We've such a warm reception planned.
Don't tell me I'm fighting just them. I'm gonna crush them like grapes.
A kiss. To see you to your grave.
Wow.
Do not think me easy prey. Your true nature I will lay bare.
Pay attention now.
How do I... Are there any items that can... help with this?
It is time.
Rats. Can he actually do anything about this? Oh, they have to have good weapons. Spellbinder. I think you can buy this. What about her? Actually, they don't have any amazing gear.
Now then. Here it comes.
I fear nothing.
Good day to you. Not today. Need anything? Come back soon.
Looking for autumn. Good choice. This is your grand total to find. This is your grand. It won't be just. Will that come? Welcome. You're in safe hands with me. This is your most. This is your. It won't be. This is anything. This is. It won't be just. Will that become? Welcome. You're in safe hands with me. May I don't? Greetings. How might by all means? Are you thank you? Are you thank you? May I?
What is it?
A warm, not today. Will that be come? Welcome. Mike, you're interested then? Who's going? How long will you permit for this? Anyone you see? Very well. Will that be hey?
Of course.
Very well.
As you command.
Into the fray then.
Sure thing. At the ready.
I'm muted. Was I muted all this time? I've been talking and talking and talking. I was like, why isn't anybody replying? Why isn't anybody saying anything? And I was like, whoa, I guess I'm just muted. I was just asking, how do I do this or that or the other? Whoop. I guess we're gonna watch that debate soon. We've lost electricity, and so I was not able to finish watching it, but I guess that's the thing. Whoa.
Shadows 7 by Doomstar cast. Mark the ending of your path.
No.
Northswain strike!
Northswain strike. Bleh. Yep. Get him, Cloud. Oh. Get him, Cloud. Punishment blade. I'll just attack you. It's okay. Well, hello. Hello there. Hello.
My turn.
Whose turn is it?
My move.
Judgment blade. How dare you poison me?
I must concentrate.
Now then.
Judgment blade. Thank you. Wait, hold on, let's move.
Come then.
So weak.
My turn.
My move.
Okay. I was in trouble. But not anymore. Wow, Orlando is the biggest contributor. How could that have happened? Hold on.
Right.
I want to get rid of this job as soon as possible. But everything is so expensive. Okay, let's see.
You require something?
Yeah, I want to teach you some stuff. Divine Ruination. Actually, you could use this job. Could use this skill. JP boost. That's good for you. Yeah. JP boost. Movement +1. Ooh, movement +3. Cool.
By all means.
Crush weapon, crush accessory. Crushed weapon. Gosh, Orlando is so overpowered, I swear to God.
Me?
You.
A warm welcome. You're interested then?
Yeah.
An errand's been... Right then.
The outcome was nothing short of tremendous.
Return from the endless caverns finished with the knowledge of why none had before returned. We discovered veins of strongly magnetic ore that dulled the senses.
The news to come? That's not all. This
Red
little oddity
materia.
found its way into our hands. Don't ask how though.
Fine. I'd consider that a job.
That,
Will that be all? Come back.
I mean, not great. Not amazing. Jesus, level 1 bird? Really? Level 1 bird. Oh, Donner, I forgot about you. Completely forgot about him. Right, I guess we finish for now and we continue the debate. Exit game, blah. We were watching something before the electricity died last night. So now I should do it again. Yes, debate. The debate. The debate. I'm ready. I am ready to watch it. To continue what we were watching. I am ready.
Troops across the ocean to fight there, and 58,000 of them didn't come back. We used napalm and Agent Orange and dropped more than 6 million tons of ordnance. When that didn't work, we invaded Cambodia, which unwittingly helped the Khmer Rouge gain power. Millions of people died because American leaders...
Yeah, this has nothing to do with war in Ukraine, considering that the US has not sent troops and Ukraine is requesting help, okay? Vietnam has not requested the help of the United States. France did, in fact. Wait, you know what? Never mind. Vietnam actually has requested the help of the United States against France, and the United States had refused. I actually forgot about that, but that's also different. So maybe, just maybe, the United States should have helped Vietnam against France. The aggressor would have been in the right.
Leaders believed losing South Vietnam might undermine our security. And Vietnam wasn't on our border, it was more than 8,000 miles from the continental United States. In the 1980s, a popular uprising in Nicaragua toppled a pro-American dictator, much as the Maidan uprising toppled Ukrainian president and dictator. In the 1980s, a popular uprising miles from the continental United States. In the 1980s, a popular uprising in Nicaragua toppled a pro-American dictator, much as the Maidan uprising
Yeah, and in the 80s, a popular uprising toppled a regime in Poland.
Toppled Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych. In response, we organized and armed a rebel army, the Contras, much as Russia has backed separatist movements in Ukraine. Nicaragua was a poor country.
Wait, what is he trying to say with this? What's the point being made here? That because the United States did some perceived bad thing, Russia was justified to do the bad thing as well? Just what is the argument being put forward here? I fail to see it.
Country whose population was only 4 million people, but the Reagan administration saw it as a serious threat. 30,000 Nicaraguans died in that war.
Oh, so America bad, so Russia is justified. Got it. Solid logic.
As a percentage of population, it would be like Canada losing 300,000 people, or the United States losing 2.5 million. Finally, let's not forget that the United States invaded Iraq in 2003 because the Bush administration thought Saddam Hussein was a mortal danger. That war, which Professor McFall supported and John and I opposed, killed thousands of Iraqis, did enormous damage.
Yeah, completely. I hate it when people just... All wars are the same. All wars can be compared. All circumstances are the same. War is war no matter what. This is such... These people are supposedly the intellectuals. They're supposed to be doing deep analysis when they're just flattening everything to it being silly.
Damage to the country and led to the emergence of ISIS. The Bush administration chose to launch an illegal war because it felt threatened. And just like Putin, President Bush thought the war would be easy. None of this excuses what Russia is doing today, not in the slightest. All these actions should be roundly condemned. But my point is that when powerful states think their security...
Yeah, none of it should all be condemned, but it should just be left at condemnation and nothing specific should be done. Russia should just be allowed to do whatever it wants, and it should just be condemned because that helps. That historically has always helped. Yeah, condemnation. Raising your fist in anger and saying, oh, you don't attack Ukraine. That's bad.
Threatened, they'll go to great lengths to try and deal with the danger, and they'll do great harm in the process. If they face setbacks, they're more likely to double down than reverse course. The lesson is that threatening a great power's security is a very risky business.
Hold on, someone just wrote something on the Twitch chat. There are a lot of Ukrainian chuds for some reason. What do you mean? Babylon burning. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Exactly. I don't know what you mean by that. All right, let's continue. Let's continue with this. I have no clue what the argument is supposed to be here. Chuds.
Especially in the nuclear age. Now, today, many people want to ignore the security fears that led to this war and simply punish Putin. They want to...
Yeah. Have you considered that Nazi Germany also had security concerns? It's ridiculous. I hate those realist, flattening jerks.
To inflict a decisive defeat on his army, collapse the Russian economy, get him removed from power, and put him on trial. Those desires are completely understandable, but this approach is morally questionable and dangerous.
Morally questionable? I would like an explanation why this approach is morally questionable. And I would like an explanation that does not involve just saying America bad, America also did bad things, and therefore it's morally questionable to say that Russia is doing bad things and deserves to be tried for it. I would like an actual argument as to why this course of action is morally questionable. An actual argument.
It's questionable because prolonging the war means more Ukrainians will die.
Ah, okay. So a silly, childish argument. More war equals more death. Well, then maybe Russia shouldn't have invaded. Ukraine is ready to defend itself. Actually, half-assing aid means more people will die, because if the West would actually put its full support behind Ukraine, then believe it or not, the war would have ended sooner, less people would have died, and it all would have been better. Also, if Russia wins, it does not mean that people will stop dying. People will keep dying on occupied territories, as they do now. They will be displaced, they will be deported deep into Russia, they will be tortured, killed. But you know what? At least it will not be called a war anymore, so that's fine. All of that is fine. As long as the thing is not called a war, who cares if people are dying and suffering? The suffering of people is insignificant as long as we can have our peace of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. At least people will not see news about those killings and torture, because there's not really a lot of reporting in the news about what's happening in the occupied areas. So I guess nobody has to care anymore.
And the country will suffer even more destruction. It's dangerous because the prospect of a catastrophic defeat could lead Russia to escalate, including the possible use of a nuclear weapon.
There you go. You better not defy Russia, because that could lead to a nuclear holocaust. A nuclear Armageddon. Better not defy Russia. Better give Russia what it wants. Again, any dictator that has a nuclear weapon at their disposal are just, I guess, free to attack their smaller neighbors now, because who knows, maybe they will decide to attack with nukes. They will break the nuclear taboo, and nobody wants that, so they better get what they want. Oh, and those smaller neighbors, they better rush to get nuclear weapons. Everybody has better rush to get nuclear weapons, because that is the status quo now.
And as John said, as Director of National Intelligence Avril Haines said 2 days ago to the Senate Foreign or Armed Services Committee, President Putin would only authorize the use of nuclear weapons if he perceived an existential threat to the Russian state or his regime. When she was asked what he would regard as an existential threat, she said, quote, believing he might be about to lose in Ukraine. It is in everyone's interest to minimize these risks. Our goal should be to bring this war to a close as quickly as possible.
Yeah, our goal should be to throw Ukraine under the bus. Don't care about millions upon millions of people suffering, dying, and being tortured. Ukraine has to be made a sacrificial lamb so that everybody can feel safe. Makes perfect sense to me. Brilliant. Brilliant as always. What conclusion?
We need a political settlement that both sides can live with and that neither side will want to overturn in the future. That settlement must provide security for Ukraine, but also for Russia, because again, it was Russia's security concerns that caused the war.
Yeah, that is very naive considering just how incompatible those two things are. What Ukraine can live with and what Russia can quote-unquote live with. It's the most naive thing I've ever heard.
That's why ending this crisis must start by acknowledging Russia's security interests. Any other course of action will do more damage to Ukraine, cause additional suffering in countries that depend on Russia and Ukraine for food, 30% of the world's supply of wheat, and increase the risk of nuclear war. That's why I support the resolution.
Thank you, Stephen Walt. Michael McFaul, you're going to have the opportunity to give our last opening statement. Thank you.
So I have 88 arguments that I want to make in 6 minutes.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot of arguments. Let's hear them. Let's hear your 88 arguments.
And I'm not a professional debater. If I was, I could talk really fast and get them all in. And so instead, I'm going to focus on 3, 4 if the clock doesn't run out on me. First, the US, NATO, and the West have recognized Russia's security interests for 3 decades. And yet that did not prevent Putin from invading Ukraine. So the assumption in this debate that somehow NATO has been marching toward Russia and finally Putin was cornered and he just had to invade Ukraine is cherry-picking 30 years of history. And I think that's important to understand before we talk about how to resolve it. One, NATO's never attacked the Soviet Union, never attacked Russia, and never will. That would be crazy. Second, until Putin invaded Ukraine in 2014, remember this war started in 2014, not this year, US and NATO were actually cooperating on Russia's security interests as defined by them. In Afghanistan, the New START Treaty, WTO accession, even on Georgia and Ukraine, where those countries wanted to join NATO, their accession has been frozen since 2008. It's not gone anywhere. And that's because Americans and NATO leaders and Canadian leaders were listening and recognizing Russia's national interests. Just weeks before this latest invasion started, my government, the Biden administration, listened closely to Russia's security interests, to Putin's security interests, and they made proposals. They said, let's sit down and negotiate.
There have been many negotiations, and Russia broke them all.
To the president right before Putin invaded. They were talking about a Helsinki 2.0. Is that not listening to Russia's national interest? But no, that's not. It was not about NATO. It was not about security arrangements in Europe. It was about something else. And that's the part we have to bring in this debate. NATO has not been expanded. It's been 20 years since the last big bang of NATO. And so you have to ask yourself, what changed? What changed after the Big Bang in 2002? What changed after the Bucharest summit in 2008? When I think things were basically frozen. I was in the government for 5 years. The issue of NATO expansion did not come up once. So what changed? It wasn't NATO expanding. It was democracy expanding. Russia, Putin, invaded Ukraine in 2014 because of the revolution of dignity in Ukraine. That's what changed, not NATO policy and not us not paying attention to their security interests. Second.
Actually, the issue is not even democracy, although democracy is a hindering factor. The issue is Ukraine slipping out of Russia's grasp. As long as Ukraine would be basically at Russia's beck and call, as long as it would have the status of Belarus, then Russia would not really care if it was a democracy, quote unquote. As long as it would be obedient, as long as it would be like Belarus, and as long as it would hand over its resources at a snap, just like, Lukashenko does now with petroleum. It would have been all perfect. It would have been great. And then Russia could utilize Ukraine to further its power in the region and play a bit with other countries.
Security interests don't come from heaven. They aren't defined by the balance of power in the international system, no disrespect. They're defined by individuals. They're defined by leaders. When I showed up at the White House, nobody handed me some blue book and said, Mike, this is the American national interest. And so we have to ask ourselves this question. Why is it that Putin gets to define the interests that he sees fit? Because Putin today, he's a very different person than 22 years ago or 30 years ago when
He is the same person. People just were naive about him. He has a KGB background. He has been very steadily, very methodologically moving towards his interest. It's just that people were either turning a blind eye or just pretending or just naive. I've read many biographies of Putin from his early career, and even the biographers of the time indicated that Putin is cracking down on democracy, that he is limiting the freedom of the press, and that the West just does not care because business with Putin was good. So now turning around and saying, oh no, Putin used to be such a different person. He's a totally different person than he was X amount of years ago. No, he's not. He's always been the same. It's just that the relationship of the West to him has changed. Now that he has more openly started moving towards his goals.
I first met him in 1991. But today, Putin, it defines Russia's security interests in imperial terms, in anti-democratic
terms. He has
terms.
always been moving in that direction. This has not happened in a vacuum. This has not happened overnight. As long as people perceived that they could do business with him, they did not care what he did in Russia, what he did to Russia. And now we are living with the results. We are living with the results. Putin has been enabled by the West, empowered by the West. That is the reality of the situation. Nobody can convince me otherwise. I mean, people can try.
He believes it's in Russia's national interest to annex Crimea. Are we just supposed to go along with that? He believes that it's in Russia's national interest to declare Donbass independent countries, and he'll soon annex them as well. Are we just supposed to go along with that? He believes it's in Russia's national...
What a ridiculous notion that Putin was so different years ago, and he has now shocked everybody by his transformation. Yeah, the West likes to keep their hands clean and conscious, unscathed.
National interest to slaughter civilians on Mariupol in the name of, and he says it, I'm sorry, Professor Mershon, I mean, he says it very clearly in his speeches, to liberate Russians from the neo-Nazis that are subjugating him. In fact, in his speech before he invaded Ukraine, 7,000-word speech, the first 4,628 of them he spoke before he ever mentioned the word NATO once. That's what he's trying to do there. And my question is, where does it stop? So Donbass, is that enough? Does he get to have all of Ukraine? I think if you just allow him to define it as he sees fit, you're down a very, very slippery slope. The other thing I want to remind you in this debate, other Russians disagree with Putin. Alexei Navalny is sitting in jail right now. They tried to kill him, and then they arrested him in preparation for this invasion.
Oh, he is dead now. This debate is... A lot has happened since this debate. Navalny is dead now.
I just got a letter from Alexei Navalny. He radically disagrees with Putin's definition of Russia's security interests. And therefore, just to assume that if we just listen to him and sue for peace, you'll have peace, I think is naive. I actually think it's naive. Eventually, there has to be a negotiated settlement. We all agree with that. But to presume that we just have to accept whatever Putin says is in Russia's national interest, and that will be peace, I think is misguided and ahistorical, especially in that part of the world. Yep. Finally,
I agree. I agree with that statement.
Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe too much concern for Putin's definition of Russia's security interests actually caused this war. And let me quote one more. I skipped over my quotes about Putin. I'll get back to them later because that clock is ticking very fast. But let me just quote one more security expert about this very issue, about appeasement. If we just give him what he wants, everything will be fine. Appeasement contradicts the dictates of offensive realism, and therefore is a fanciful and dangerous strategy. In short, appeasement is likely to make dangerous rival states more, not less dangerous.
That's true. It will just empower them. It will just embolden them.
That was John Mersheimer.
Uh-oh. His own words have been used against him. What now?
I always appreciate some good opposition research in these debates when people dig into each other's quotes. Okay, John Mearsheimer, rebuttals, 3 minutes on the clock, gentlemen. We're going to go in the same order as the...
Oh my God. If this is going to be more too painful, then we're just gonna move on. Because I'm not sure if I'm in the mood to deal with too much nonsense tonight. I'm not sure if I am in a nonsense mood.
The opening statements.
I want to make 3 sets of points, and they all have to do with data. Mike makes the argument that Putin alone, or just Putin and a few
You cannot reduce these things to data, but okay.
Russian leaders are interested in Ukraine and the whole subject of NATO. This is what one of Mike's predecessors, Bill Burns, said in 2008 in a memo to Condi Rice. Ukrainian entry into NATO is the brightest of all red lines for the Russians, not just Putin. In more than 2.5 years of conversations with knuckle draggers in the dark recesses of the Kremlin and Putin's sharpest liberal critics, I have never met anyone who thinks that Ukraine in NATO is acceptable. Second,
that's great because NATO was not on the table in 2014 or 2022. So that is a completely empty argument.
To go to Mike again, let me go to Rodden this time. He made the argument that that Putin, in his famous July 12, 2021 essay, made it clear that what he was interested in doing was conquering Ukraine and absorbing it into a greater Russia. This is what he actually wrote. He said, this is in the July 12, 2021 article, and what Ukraine will be, it is up to its citizens to decide.
God, people like Mearsheimer are so naive. Yeah, it is up to the people to decide once we place a gun at their head and kindly ask them to choose Russia, the motherland.
He also said, you want to establish a state of your own, and he's talking to the Ukrainians here, you are welcome. In the February 24th speech where he announced that he was invading Ukraine, he said, accept these new geopolitical realities. He said, we, Russia, accepts the new geopolitical realities after the collapse of the Soviet Union.
God. All you have to do is to have a KGB background and you can manipulate people from the West like they are children. The Mearsheimers, the Trumps, they're all the same to him. They're all the same to him. Puppets to be just danced around on strings. Pathetic, really. It is pathetic.
1991. He said regarding...
Oh, Putin said, Putin never lies, Putin never manipulates. He's an honest, straight-to-God, direct actor, you know, because realism says that everybody is just super honest and they just play it straight. They just play it straight.
Ukraine, we respect and will respect their sovereignty.
What a joke. Yeah, Russia respects Ukraine's sovereignty so much. It has been respecting it in 2014, 2022. It respects it so much now. I just cannot. I cannot. People like this cannot deal with the slightest amount of manipulation, can they?
There is no
It's
evidence.
unfun. No, yeah, of course. There's totally no evidence.
In that talk. No evidence in that talk on February 24th or in his speech that he was interested in conquering Ukraine and integrating it into Russia. And then finally, with regard to Rodden's argument.
Hasn't he said quite recently, just this year, that basically Ukraine and Russia are one? Just recently. Has he not said that?
That NATO was a dead issue in 2021. At the June 14th, 2021 NATO summit in Brussels, we issued a communique that said, we reiterate the decision made at the 2008 Bucharest summit that Ukraine will become a member of the alliance. We reaffirm all the elements of that decision. That argument was repeated in November 10th, 2021.
Thank you, John. Okay, Radek, your opportunity for a rebuttal also.
Radek. Radoslav. I'll be right back. Radek, Radoslav. Sikorski.
Professor, you can't pretend that somehow mystically Ukraine was about to become a NATO member, because we denied them the membership action plan. More than that, the Chancellor of Germany, in trying to prevent the war, spoke to Putin and in private and in public said, I give you my word that as Chancellor of Germany, Ukraine will not join NATO on my watch. So he was giving Putin a moratorium of at least 5, maybe 10, maybe even more years on Ukraine joining, because, as you know, it requires unanimity. So what you're saying is that Putin had to invade Ukraine on the hypothetical possibility that in a decade or so, Ukraine will apply again and might...
True. That is true. PC froze. Maybe someday, one day. Who knows? Oh, PC froze. Okay, brilliant. Brilliant stream.
Might be accepted. That's unserious. You don't start war on that basis. You say that Putin had to react to the coup in Kiev. That's in 2014. Look, again, I was there. I was one of the 3 ministers of the European Union who brought about the agreement between Yanukovych and the Maidan. In fact, I led that delegation. It wasn't a coup. Yanukovych fled the capital because he lost the support of his own party. And this is just a Russian lie that you shouldn't be repeating. And Putin respecting Ukraine's sovereignty? Could he possibly be saying it in the same faith as, remember the little green man in Crimea, these are not my soldiers?
Then he actually, in time, he admitted that they were in fact his soldiers, so
man we just cannot trust. And is Russia driven by security in Ukraine? I don't think so. I mean, would Ukraine attack Russia? I mean, Ukraine is not a member of NATO. If it were, the 82nd Airborne would now be in Ukraine and not in Poland, because we would have to be defending a member. In fact, what happened that US troops withdrew from Ukraine in anticipation of the Russian attack. So this is not about NATO. This is about Putin in charge of a kleptocracy being afraid of Ukraine becoming a successful democracy. Ukraine was beginning to succeed.
Well, again, it's not about it becoming a successful democracy. Putin does not give a crap about that. It's about Ukraine slipping out of Russia's grasp. That is the more important issue at hand. Be slipping away. What if Belarus tried to slip? It tried. Belarus actually also tried to slip away in 2020, and Russia took pretty decisive action supporting Lukashenko in his fraudulent election. Russia just hates to see their satellites slip because it's a lot of resources, it's a lot of influence, it's a lot of power. Russia loses a tremendous amount of power each time a country like Ukraine slips away. Actually, Ukraine is the most crucial piece to Russian power. That is exactly why. Democracy or no democracy, that doesn't matter. What matters is how obedient is that democracy or any other type of governance to Russia? Will it answer to any and all beck and call? That is the question, in my opinion, of course.
And Putin is right that 1,000 years ago there were the same people, the languages are similar, there is a certain affinity. And what Putin feared was that if Ukraine succeeds, the people of Russia will want the same. And that cannot be allowed, can it?
The history bit is actually not accurate. It's not exactly true. It's far more complicated than that, but I will let it slide. We could do a whole lecture/rant about it.
Stephen Walk, you're up next for the second to last rebuttal.
Like Mike, I have 88 crushing points I could make and only 3 minutes to do them. As I made clear in my remarks, great powers, when they feel threatened, often do horrible things. They do very bad...
Yeah, like Nazi Germany felt threatened by Jewish people. It doesn't mean that it's justifiable what they did, is it? Or even explainable logically.
Things to weak countries when they feel threatened. And yes, great powers tend to define what they see as their vital interests for themselves. That's what all great powers do. That's what all countries do. That's what sovereignty is all about. The issue is not, in fact, whether we thought expanding NATO was a threat to Russia. We told them repeatedly that it wasn't a threat to Russia. The issue on the table was whether Russia thought it was a threat. And as Bill Burns reported back, all of the people he spoke to in Russia thought that the incorporation of Ukraine was a threat to Russia's vital...
Yes, the whole point about the German chancellor saying we're not going to allow it is just completely ignored. Completely ignored.
Security interests. Now, Mike will...
didn't do it. Because we listened to them.
Excuse me, this is my time, not yours.
Sorry.
All right. Mike will tell you it was all about democracy, as if there was no connection between moving democracies closer to the closer to Russia and possibly having that be contagious. Again, as we made clear, that was exactly what Russia was worried about. Partly NATO enlargement, partly EU accession, and partly the spread of democracy.
So he is just blatantly saying Ukraine does not deserve democracy because Russia might want democracy as well. Sovereignty of Ukraine doesn't matter, I guess, because Russia feels threatened. That is the gist of it. Ukraine is just a pawn on the chessboard. Again, he's not even hiding it.
Finally, since the opposition research is legitimate here, let me read you some quotations from former Ambassador McFall. The central purpose of American foreign policy is to defend against and, where possible, destroy tyranny. Notice the word destroy there. To promote liberty requires the elimination of those forces opposed to liberty, be they individuals, movements, or regimes. Thus, this should be the lofty and broad goal that organizes American foreign policy for the coming decades.
It is good that this person is basically saying, yeah, Russia is a dictatorship. Yeah, Russia does not have democracy, but who cares? It has its interest, and Ukraine should not therefore have democracy because, you know, it's a risk. Ukraine having democracy is a risk to Russia. Which, of course, again, in my opinion, that is not the key issue. The key issue is Ukraine as a country to be exploited, slipping away. That is, in my opinion, a far bigger consideration.
Right. And this was the man whom the United States sent as its ambassador to Russia. Now, if you're Russia, having been invaded multiple times from the West, and you're seeing the world's most powerful alliance led by the world's most powerful country steadily moving closer, and every time you protest, they offer you a bunch of pablum, but they never take these issues off the table, you might have a reason to be concerned when prominent American officials are saying that our goal is to promote liberty by destroying opposing forces, and that means destroying your regime, maybe not now, maybe not next week, but eventually if we ever get the chance, one way or the other. Russia had reasons to be concerned. They had reasons to be fearful. We don't have to think...
No, that's complete bullshit. No, they did not. They manufactured it. And naive folks like you eat it up because manipulation is what Russia does very, very well. Misinformation, manipulation, those are the fortes of Russia. And you just eat it up like a chump.
If we were a threat, the question is they saw us as a threat. And until we acknowledge their security concerns, the war will continue.
The limitations of realism theory on display. The naivete of it.
Steve, I apologize. I did interrupt you. If you want to take some of my time, feel free. Seriously.
No, I'm more polite.
Okay. Okay. One footnote, what he quoted me from, and I stand by those words. I wrote those words right in the wake of September 11th, when my country was attacked by people that did not believe in liberty, and that may have been some of the emotion. I did not support the Iraq War, but I don't want to play the whataboutism game. That's not interesting. That's not the resolution. I want to make 2 points. One, I worked in the US government. It's not an abstraction to me. We worked with the Russians to listen to their security interests. And to emphasize what Roddick said, there was no imminent threat. If it was a threat, I don't believe NATO is a threat to Russia. And I have millions of Russians who are on my side with that. And the president who almost became president, but for Putin, back in 2000, Boris Nemtsov, radically agreed with me too. So please stop saying Russia believes this, Russia believes that. I was the ambassador to Russia. I never met Mr. Russia or Miss Russia. There's Putin, and there's interest groups, and there's ideas.
True. Thank you. That is also another limitation of international relations in general, and realist theory in particular. Treating countries as organisms, as these entities. Russia wants this, Russia does this, because it's almost like a gigantic individual, an entity that has wants, needs, and aspirations and goals. That is just completely incorrect. That is not how those things work. Countries are indeed not, in fact, entities, organic entities.
Theology, and you guys believe that about America, why is it so hard to think that other countries might have those factors too? But number two, we didn't do it. That's the whole point. It was frozen after Bucharest. It didn't expand. And when I hosted President Zelensky the day after he saw Biden last September, he said, Mike, you guys play this game, don't you? You have this strategic ambiguity stuff. And he said, I don't understand it. He was a new guy, right? But the truth was, when I was in the government, Tbilisi knew that they weren't getting into NATO. Kiev knew, Washington, Brussels knew, and Putin knew. I met with him. That was not on the table. What was on the table is the things that our opponents don't like to think that might be independent actors.
Well, the European Union was on the table. Well, it's not exactly, it is being blocked right now. Hungary blocks it, Slovakia, I think, wants to block it, and there's an increasing chance that the Czech Republic might want to block it as well. So even the European Union is now in question whether or not Ukraine will join it. So I guess we'll just have to see.
I said Putin is an independent actor. Well, guess what? The United States doesn't control the world. We don't get to tell Ukrainians, hey, Ukrainians, you don't get to protest, because that's not in Putin's interest. That's not in his interest. Don't go on to Maidan. Remember in 2013, what happened there? Yanukovych decided not to sign an agreement with the EU, and a guy named Mustafa Naim said, that's outrageous. We deserve to be in Europe. And he didn't get a phone call from me. He didn't get a phone call from Barack Obama. He got on Facebook. So maybe the Americans are helping with Facebook. But he said, if you believe that we should be part of Europe, come to the square. And that's what they did. And I don't understand why Putin gets a veto on what Mustafa Naim wants for his country.
Thank you, Michael.
Because Ukraine is not a great power, and only great powers matter in realist international relations theory. That is why. And ironically, completely seriously, that is why. According to Mersheimer and his colleague, of course.
Thank you, gentlemen. A terrific debate, a lot of back and forth here, and let's start digging deeper into the key issues and ideas that our debaters have so eloquently raised. It gives me great pleasure right now to welcome onto the Monk Debate stage the co-host that I have the pleasure each week of moderating the Monk Members podcast with. We know her as the founding director of the Monk School of Global Affairs, an internationally renowned author and scholar. Please welcome Janice Gross-Stein.
Brilliant.
Thanks for doing this.
Thank you, Rudyard, for that warm welcome, and what a great debate.
I hate debates, just for the record.
But it's still a really good debate that we are having about what I think we all know is one of the most important issues of our time, that is changing the shape of our world in real time. So, John, let me start with you. Following on some of the comments that Mike has just made, you have written that this war is a result of arrogant liberals who don't know any history or choose.
Oh, that is knowing history. Well, I know history, and I disagree with Mersheimer. My history is actually not too shabby. I had to praise myself too much, but I'd like to believe that my history is not too shabby. And yet I find myself in complete disagreement with Mersheimer on this issue.
To ignore it. And it sounds a little bit like great powers have their special rights and can do what they want. And
yeah, that is the whole idea behind realism theory. Thank you. You've discovered it. You've got it. You've got it. Maybe if you studied realism, then you would not have to be asking this question. That is exactly it.
And smaller states don't have that right at all. Is that what you really mean? And is the liberal...
He's probably still going to say something like, no, not exactly, or whatever. But yes, that is genuinely exactly what he believes.
World order worth defending, and should we be trying to weaken autocrats like Putin?
Well, I'd make a couple points. First of all, I think the liberal world order is in tatters at this point in time. I mean, not only do you have a serious conflict between the United States and Russia, but you have a serious conflict or competition brewing in East Asia between the United States and...
It doesn't mean that the liberal world is in tatters. That doesn't mean that it's in tatters. It means that there's a bunch of conflicting ideologies. That does not mean that one is in tatters. That is a silly thing to say.
China. The unipolar world where the United States pursued liberal hegemony is gone, and we're now in a
Pursued is the key word here, okay? Pursued.
Bipolar world where security competition among great powers is back on the table, which leads me to the heart of your question. The sad fact is that in international politics, minor powers have to pay really serious attention to what great powers think and what great powers believe their interests.
There you go. The answer is yes. Smaller countries have no say. Smaller countries' sovereignty is just a suggestion. It's the big boys at the chessboard, and all other countries are pawns. That is the reality of it. That is the realism school of thought.
Are. Steve has made this point at great lengths, that a great power, whether it's the United States or Russia, will behave in a brutal fashion if it thinks its interests are being threatened. And the Russians believe that their interests are being threatened in Ukraine, that if Ukraine becomes a Western bulwark on their border, that is, in effect, an existential threat to them. Mike and Radek can disagree with that, but that's what the Russians think. And when great powers think like that, they behave in brutal ways. And my view, and I've long said this about Ukraine, it is in Ukraine's national interest
to give its territory to Russia, to give up its children to Russia, to remain in fear in occupied territories, to be tortured, raped, killed. It is all in Ukraine's interest for their identity to be erased. Just like Belarus's identity is being erased as we speak. Its language being marginalized. Belarus is technically speaking a sovereign country, right? Separate from Russia, but in reality, it is slowly being just integrated into Russia. It is being assimilated, devoured.
To act smartly with regard to Russia and not poke the Russian bear in the eye with a stick, because it will lead to a situation like the one that you now face.
Yeah, it's all Ukraine's fault, actually. Ukraine has been poking the bear. Thank you, Mersheimer. That is exactly what happened. Yeah, Ukraine has been poking the bear.
Happy about the fact that this is the way the world works? Absolutely not. But I am a realist, and I think Ukraine would be much better off today if it had acted according to the dictates of realism.
So, Radek, over to you on that one. As a former foreign minister, defense minister of Poland, you have a deep sense of history.
Well, he's also now a current foreign affairs minister of Poland.
And the real fear that Poland has of Russia, given the history of Poland. But do you agree with John that Poland and the border states would be safer if Russia were part of a broader security conversation? And if you do, what would you have to do to bring Putin back in?
I actually do, and I've been criticized in my own country for saying when I was foreign minister that we should not exclude the possibility of Russia joining NATO, provided she fulfills the criteria, which are to be a democracy and to withdraw from occupying other people's land. And you know what?
You know, I can agree with that. Screw it, I agree with that. If Russia was a democracy and it did not try to occupy its neighbors, screw it, you can join NATO now. But that's not happening, is it? Does it? That's not really happening. That's not really the reality of the situation.
But we have Putin on tape in 2000 saying that he might be interested. The deal would be, if you drop autocracy and if you drop conquering your neighbors, we will help you secure Siberia. It's a good deal. And if Russia one day becomes less oppressive, we might go back to that discussion. Because yes, for Poland, it would be much better to be in the center of a greater peace sphere of cooperation than to be on the front line.
So just make sure that we're clarifying the issues in the debate. Russia can join the security framework within Europe when it becomes a democracy. Is that your argument?
Those are the formal conditions of applying to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. There's one more, you have to have civilian control of the armed forces, but that's an easy one.
Stephen, you must have an answer to that one.
Along the same lines here?
Well, let's deal with the point that Radek just brought up, and that Russia would have to be a democracy before it could be invited in to the security architecture of Europe.
Well, I don't think Russia has to be a democracy to be part of a larger security conversation in Europe. It's been part of things like the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe back in the communist days. To be a member of NATO, yes, it would have to be a democracy because at least that's the nominal criteria, although there are some NATO members throughout the history of NATO that haven't been quite kosher as democracies at various points in their history. But the point is that I'd go back to is that people way back in the 1990s, when the idea of enlarging NATO first got proposed, pointed out immediately that this was going to poison the relationship with Russia. People like George Kennan, people like former Secretary of Defense William Perry, who opposed NATO enlargement. He liked Partnership for Peace because it didn't exclude Russia as well. Tom Friedman of the New York Times, Robert Gates, Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. These are people all warned where this might lead. And of course, the United States and its European allies continued to advance this prospect, and they finally crossed the real red line at the Bucharest summit when they proposed Ukraine and Georgia for membership. And as John and I have already said, that was very different in the Russian mind than the other cases as well.
I mean, and Michael, over to you. You had a seat at the table through much of this. You have met Putin, and you have many times, and
written 60 articles about him.
And I've read many, not all 60, but many, and you have seen a change in Putin over time, and you just argued that Putin is not Russia, that there are different ways of thinking. But if you were asked to define Russia's security interests, how would you define those interests?
Just, can I respond to other things? I just want to be clear. If you remember only one...
Hello, Lucy, says Vladimir. I've watched your previous VOD and it's magnificent. Which one? Which VOD have you seen? Have you left a comment? Listen, please leave comments under my VODs because I need it. Okay? I need the comments. I need the engagement. I need your help. I need your help in order to grow. Without you, I cannot do this. I cannot do any of it without you. I'll remain micro forever without your help, Vladimir. Without your help in particular. You're the individual that will elevate my channel to great heights. It's true. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to be a bootlicker. Everything about Mersheimer and his pseudo-intellectual takes is magnificent. Oh yeah. Listen, I lost electricity in the middle of that, and we are actually watching Mersheimer as we speak now. Okay, we're watching the continuation of that debate, so it's a good time to be tuning into the stream, considering that we are continuing that which I could not do because there was a blackout. Actually, I've done some preparation, and if we lose electricity now, then I will probably restore the stream because I have a battery now. So if we lose electricity now, I will be able to continue somewhat. Also, I'm having a debate tomorrow. I might as well announce it once again. Tomorrow, I should be having a debate on Alexander Dugin and his philosophy. So stay tuned for that. I'm supposed to be having a conversation on Dugin's whole spiel. Russian nationalism. We're going to be debating Russian nationalism. I've been accused of just being anti-Russian nationalism, period, and loving Ukrainian life. As if that's as if that's some sort of a bad thing, but you know, whatever. Whatever floats people's boats.
One thing I say, I really want to radically disagree with this idea that you can just pull off the shelf America's security interests, Canada's security interests, Russia's security interests, and that they're static over time, okay? We just talked about the Bucharest summit in 2008, right? It was just invoked where it crossed the red line, right? Let me quote you a Russian security expert, 2010. This is what he said. The period of distance in our relation and claims against each other is now over. He's speaking about Russia and NATO. We view the future with optimism and will work on developing relations between Russia and NATO in all areas as they progress towards a full-fledged partnership. You know who that is? That's President Medvedev at the Lisbon summit in 2010. Okay? 2 years after.
Oh
The
my
question
God.
here is
where,
how
where,
best...
Where was I? Holy crap. I misclicked. Oh, God. Like, yeah, true. Russia will say that. Russia always says that when they feel like they can manipulate other countries into friendliness.
Future with optimism.
Yeah, that is how Russia acts when it feels like it has the advantage, when it feels like in negotiations or in any sort of relations that it can just be friendly while it gets everything that it wants. This is when Russia will be nice and talk of cooperation and optimism. Like I just hate how easily the West gets manipulated by Russia. Like everything is being taken at face value.
We'll work on developing relations between Russia and NATO in all areas as they progress towards a full-fledged partnership.
Thanks. I am kicking and omega loving. Yeah, me too. Like I hate it when people genuinely pull out Russian quotes and are like, oh yeah, see, this person said this person said that, and we can totally take them just at their word, at face value. They never lie, they never manipulate. Putin having a background in the KGB does not mean anything, right? Right? He's a straight as an arrow guy. Like, come on. What the fuck?
You know who that is? That's President Medvedev at the Lisbon summit.
Yeah, the drunk that nobody takes seriously nowadays. Great, brilliant. I'm criticizing even the pro-Ukraine side in this because there is this very shared naivete about Russia and how it operates. Or at least there was in 2022. I don't know what this guy's deal is right now. But whenever people will try to start quoting Russian politicians and not looking at their actions but looking at their words and say, hey, look, they said this. It cannot be true. It truly cannot be false because they said it.
In 2010, okay? 2 years after this supposed red line we crossed over. So I want to underscore that when conflict happens, leaders, including American leaders, tend to pull back into history and connect dots about things like liberty, right? Like the way you do that. And most certainly Putin has done that in his speeches. But to say that it's all been a straight line, I just want to radically disagree with. That's the first thing. The second thing, I want to agree with Professor Walt and the Honorable Minister, His Excellency Sikorsky, which is to say...
Sikorsky.
Excellency.
His Excellency. They used to call me that too, by the way. Not at Stanford. Two things I want to say. I wrote articles about why Russia should join NATO in the 1990s. I wrote them. I'm happy to put them out on Twitter later, because I believe, like you, I think Russia's a European country. Putin doesn't, though, and I want to get to that in the room. But I also believe that there are other security arrangements, irrespective of becoming a democracy, before they become a democracy, that would be useful in acknowledging security interests. And that's what I was talking about when I referred to Helsinki 2.0. There was a big discussion about those issues right before the war, but guess what? Putin wasn't interested in the Helsinki 2.0. He was interested, as he said in his speech the night before he invaded, liberating Donbass from the neo-Nazis that are ruling in Kiev. And so how do you reconcile that? If you don't think there are neo-Nazis there, Zelensky's not...
He also said that there was a genocide happening against Russians in Ukraine, so...
A neo-Nazi. He's actually Jewish, elected in a free and fair election. Nazis don't believe in free and fair elections. So if you're dealing with somebody that's made...
Vladimir says, an actual clown-ass panel, phenomenal stuff. Yeah, very unfortunate. This is an old debate from 2022. Maybe some of these people have changed their tune since then. People rarely change from my experience, but I really cannot understand this attitude towards Russia, this naivete towards Russia, this depending on quotes of what their politicians say, which completely contradicts Russians' actions, but who cares about that? Russia can be so trusted. It's ridiculous. You know, whatever.
Making up what is in his interest, how do you negotiate with him? Final thing, if I can. You asked me in the room. Putin doesn't want you to believe what I just said. He doesn't want you to believe that Russia's a European country. He wants you to believe they're different. And that's part of his argument for why they don't have to put up with the messy things of democracy and rule of law. And I was in the room with him. You asked me in the room. I was in the room with him, with the vice president, 2011, and Vice President Biden. And we were arguing over, if you can imagine this, Russian support for our use of military force in Libya. And by the way, President Medvedev gave us that support. The night before we met with Putin, he agreed with us. So this notion that they're all fixed and finite and come a blue book, no. But in the middle of that conversation...
And Mike, and what happened? They abstained on the UN resolution.
Yes,
that's
supporting
right.
us.
And then what happened? The UN resolution was about protecting civilian life, and we went and did regime change and overthrew Gaddafi. And you know what Bob Gates said about that?
America bad, therefore Russia justified in doing whatever it's doing. That's such a common argument, and lazy, very, very lazy. Okay? One side does bad things, therefore other side does bad things good. It's just lazy.
Former director of the CIA, former Secretary of Defense, said the Russians felt they were played for suckers. Right? That's why there's no trust. One of the many reasons why there's no trust here.
Do you want me to debate that? But I want to. This point is really important. He interrupted me. Now listen. Did you see that? He interrupted me. Let me just take. Can I make one point? One point.
Wait. Before you go back to one point, that is
so we're even, right?
That is an important point that Steven is making.
Hello, Doshalex. Welcome to the stream. Lucy should play Crow Country. Apparently, really great survival horror game. Crow Country. Let me check it out as we're watching this debate. How much is it? Oh, something's in my cart. Oh yeah, this is really cheap right now. Okay, let's see. Crow Country. It's actually pretty cheap. Would you like to gift it? Oh! Oh my gosh. Is this from the PlayStation? This is made like it's from the PlayStation. Oh my gosh, this looks like Final Fantasy VII. You know what? Oh, this looks nice. I like this. Overwhelmingly positive. I like this. I like the style of this game. It looks really nice, actually. Oh gosh. Oh gee, oh golly, oh gosh. It looks really nice. I like what I'm seeing here. I would like to get this. I'm definitely adding it to my wish list. And it has a big discount. Oh. Zoshalix, you have made me really consider this. Maybe I'll get it tomorrow. Maybe. Maybe I'll get it tomorrow, and then we could try it. I'm having a debate tomorrow. I've mentioned that, right? I need more. Maybe. It does look good. Oh, it does look good. I'm thinking about it. Indie be popping off recently. Oh yeah, definitely. Some of it is better than the so-called professional gaming industry.
Okay.
They did not sign up, the Russians, they've said that repeatedly, for the killing of Gaddafi.
Neither did we, though. Please, we didn't. That was not our intention. We didn't. We didn't kill him. No. All right. A, we didn't kill him. That's an important point. B, I was there. I believed, and I do, and I've thought retrospectively about these ideas. And I think one needs to think about when your ideas, in my case, about liberalism, have a negative impact on outcomes, you should think about them. And I hope our colleagues will think about the negative implications of their realist ideas for the war in Ukraine today. I admit.
Yeah, realism there are so many limitations to realism. I mean, in my opinion, it is worth knowing these ideas. It is worth being knowledgeable about international relations. It is worth being knowledgeable about different schools of international relations, but to depend so heavily on a limited lens of analysis at the end of the day can be really detrimental to how you view certain issues. And that is, I feel, at least partially what is happening here, if we are to be generous.
Things happen that we did not want to have happen. When wars happen, things are out of control. But we did not start that bombing campaign to do regime change. That is just incorrect. But I really want to get back to this point because it's about the resolution. We're now doing whataboutism.
Mike, you got to let other people get a word in here.
Okay.
Right.
So, John, over to you here. Let's go to John for a minute.
Okay.
And do you agree with Mike on this?
Well, I wanted to actually ask Mike a question, but I'm afraid to ask him a question because he'll go on for another 20 minutes. Look, you just want to keep in mind here what the issue on the table is. We're talking about how to end this war. We're not talking about what happened in Libya in 2011. Really, who cares? The question is, how do we end this war? And it really matters because of what's happening to the Ukrainian people and because of the threat of nuclear war. And the argument on the table is that you have to pay serious attention to Russian interests. And when you talk about Russian interests, it's what they think their interests are. Now, Mike and Radek go to great lengths to try and describe what they think Russia's interests should be. And I think the Bill Burns quote is very important here, because Bill Burns, unlike you, said that NATO expansion is the brightest.
Didn't happen.
And
again,
Putin already has Ukraine's neutrality.
Let's go to Radek now for a minute. Let's go to Radek for a minute, and we'll come back to you, John. Radek, over to you.
Putin has already got what he wanted, Ukraine's neutrality. So how much Ukrainian land are you willing to give him for peace?
And how many Ukrainian people should live under occupation? How many Ukrainian people should be killed, deported, tortured, raped? That should be a package question, because it's not just about land. It's these things involve far more than simply land. And I feel like everybody involved is quite familiar with this fact. I feel like everybody who pays attention in the slightest understands this. Anybody who actually knows what's happening.
Peace. And how do you sell it to the Ukrainians?
And that does raise the issue. That does.
That's a great question.
Yeah, it's a good one. So just so wait 1 minute, John. Let's just talk about this issue.
Mersheimer doesn't care about
How do
Ukraine,
smaller
by the way.
states have voice in this discussion, especially when a bigger power moves in with force, with no provocation from the smaller power?
Well, they have lots of voice. There's no question that the Ukrainians have voice, and there's no question that the Ukrainians have agency.
It's just that those things are insignificant in the face of greater powers.
But the problem is, when you live next door to a gorilla, if you do certain things that antagonize the gorilla is going to come after you and do horrible things to you.
Yeah, the same argument could be used when it comes to Poland in 1939. Nazi Germany was the gorilla.
You might not like this, but this is the way
Canada living next to the United States? Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, Canadians should understand this.
Yeah, just on this point, I want to ask all the Canadians in the audience a very simple question. If in 20 years, Canada formed a military alliance with China and invited China to put military forces in Canada, what do you think the United States would do?
This is where people take their arguments. I see. Mersheimer. Mersheimer is the origin of this sort of argumentation that I've heard from people before. Makes sense. Makes sense that those people have not thought of these things on their own.
I guarantee you the United States would behave towards Canada in very similar ways to how Russia is behaving.
Makes sense that people were parroting Mersheimer at me.
Towards Ukraine. We have the Monroe Doctrine, and we would never tolerate Chinese forces in Canada. We would never tolerate Canada forming a military alliance with China. You might not like this, but this is the way the world works. And I believe Canadians are sophisticated enough to know that this is a bad idea.
Okay.
NATO was off the table. There was no talk of inserting any type of troops in Ukraine. So, again, this is just an empty argument. Empty argument. The real problem was Ukraine slipping away from Russia's grasp. Because Ukraine has to be like Belarus. No other result is acceptable. It doesn't have to be conquered in full. It doesn't have to be fully integrated or assimilated into Russia, as long as it is kept in a state of puppethood akin to Belarus. That is a perfectly acceptable result for Russia. But anything else is just out of the question. A puppet or completely erased and folded into Russia. Those are the only two state of affairs that are acceptable for Ukraine as far as Russia is concerned. Anything else is considered a defeat.
To respond to this, because I think this is relevant. Under what conditions would the Canadians seek a Chinese alliance?
That is a great question, actually.
Only if there was an American president who announced that to make America great again, he needs to reunite with part of what was once the same country, and they speak English too, don't they?
Actually, for the historical record, we tried this once in 1812. It did not go well. The White House got burned down, and we learned our lesson. We now love our Canadian neighbors.
Okay, we're going to come back to the resolution here, which is that we need to acknowledge Russia's security interests in order to end the war. So, Mike, we started that conversation about 3 minutes ago. What are Russia's security interests? Not Putin's, but what are Russia's security interests? And Helsinki, too, is a conference to talk. But let's talk in detail about what Russia's security interests are.
Well, if you believe Alexei Navalny, and I think he's a great leader,
I don't think Alexei Navalny was a great leader. He was a chauvinist as well, but I guess the West is super extremely naive about these things, so I don't expect much.
Thinks Russia's national security interests are for Russia to have a democratic society that will integrate into Europe. And I think that would make Russia really secure. That would make them more prosperous. That would make them more secure. And the idea that you have to take Donbass and you have to go back to Novorossiya 1775 and do what Catherine the Great did to advance Russia's security interests, I think is just incorrect.
70-75? Hold on. Why 70-75 in particular? 70-72, 70-93, and 79. What happened in 70-75? Oh, a manifest. Okay.
And I think we need to, as realists, if I can invoke that word too, if Putin is a realist, is Russia more secure today than when they invaded Ukraine? No, their forces have been destroyed. Do they have more allies?
Vladimir says, what if Canada will involve itself in military alliance with alien invaders? How America will behave then? Huh? Any theories about that, Mr. Mersheimer, don't you? I mean, you know, America would have to find some other alien allies to suck at its teeth and defend itself, I guess. Because if powerful aliens came, then America and Canada would just be pawns in the game of great powers of the universe, I guess.
Allies around the world supporting
according to your theory.
Them? No.
That is my
Are
answer.
they more prosperous because of this invasion? No. They're going to be living with sanctions for a long time. GDP, the standard of the living in Russia on February 23rd, 2022, it's going to take them a decade to get to that. And oh, by the way, other countries, NATO was, before 2014, people, you need to remember, NATO was fading. They weren't spending any money.
Brain dead.
Brain dead, I think, yeah. We weren't spending.
This is President Macron's words.
It was fading. It was not a threat to Russia. It was on its last legs. And what gave it, what reinvigorated NATO was Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And the last thing, never mind. I really want to get back to my other point. At some point, please let me make my last point. Okay?
The argument that NATO was fading in 2021 is simply wrong.
I said 14. 2014. I said NATO was fading in 2014.
Okay, it wasn't fading in 2014, and it certainly is not fading in 2021. Have you ever asked yourself why the Ukrainians are doing so well against the Russians? It's not simply because of Russian military incompetence. It's because we have been arming the Ukrainians, we have been training the Ukrainians, we have been including them in military exercises like Operation Sea Breeze. Right?
That would have been the case even if NATO had not existed, to be quite blunt with you. That has nothing to do with NATO.
We have been integrating them in very subtle ways into NATO. And furthermore, as I said before in my rebuttal, we have
Also, none of that would have been happening if there was no invasion, just saying.
made a series of declarations over the course of 2021 where we made it clear that the declaration that we made at the Bucharest summit in 2008 was alive and well. This is why the Russians were scared stiff that Ukraine was going to become part of NATO. This is why...
Yes, Russia was just scared stiff that Ukraine would slip away and would not be able to be exploited in order to further Russia's ambitions. That is true.
In mid-December of 2021, the Russians made it very clear they wanted a written guarantee from the United States and from NATO that said Ukraine would not become part of that alliance. They were scared, and they were scared because Ukraine was becoming a de facto member of the alliance.
That's not true.
Steve, let me go to you for a minute here.
It was not becoming a de facto member of the
Let's
alliance.
talk for a moment. Mike brought him up about President Macron, who is pushing really hard now for a dialogue with Russia.
You're not going to end this without a dialogue. This is not going to, you can believe.
And yet, Ukraine has agreed to several unconditional ceasefires, and Russia just does not want to agree. Russia does not want dialogue. Russia wants to push on with the war. That is also the reality of the situation. I wonder how these people would be talking about the war today, after all that has transpired, because I find this whole thing very, very silly.
Believe in a deus ex machina miracle solution, but ultimately the war will end when the various parties recognize they are not going to be able to achieve their aims, not going to be able to get all of what they want. They may get some of what they want. What you have to do is craft an agreement that everyone is willing to live with.
Okay, well, how exactly do you how do you persuade Russia that it cannot get all that it wants if you're against aiding Ukraine in the war? How would you make Russia come to that conclusion that it's not going to be able to meet all of its goals in the war? Exactly.
With, not for the next 2 weeks, not for a 6-month ceasefire, but ultimately a set of political arrangements that satisfies everyone's interests. And as the resolution...
Yeah, but how can everybody's interests be satisfied if the interests of Ukraine are diametrically different than those countries' goals are incompatible.
Resolution states that starts with satisfying Russia's security fears, Russia's security interests, not just their interests, of course, the interests of Ukraine, the interests of others as well. That's only going to get worked out through a dialogue. John and I believe that one of the features of that is going to have to be an official declaration that Ukraine will remain a neutral country, right? It will not be part of NATO. It will not be part of an alliance with Russia. It will be free to trade with whatever countries it wants to, free to get investment from wherever it wants to. It will not be disarmed. It will be able to arm itself so it can defend its interests. And there's many other details that would have to be worked out as part of a peace settlement, and you're not going to get that settlement if you don't have a dialogue between the warring parties and the other interested parties as well.
By the way,
I wanted to add just a quick
Russia
point.
declared today that Ukraine may not join the EU either.
This is something you would obviously want to negotiate as part of this agreement. Maybe that would be part of the settlement. Maybe it.
I mean, already European Union countries are blocking Ukraine from joining that as well. So it's a really crappy situation, as always.
Wouldn't. None of us can say what the actual terms would be when we get to that point.
So can I ask a question?
I do want to respond to your very good point about how Russia is going to be worse off as a result of this. I do believe this was a strategic blunder on Putin's part. That doesn't mean he wasn't motivated by security concerns. I think Russia is going to end up worse off in the same way that the United States was worse off after it made a few catastrophic strategic blunders, like invading Iraq or fighting a war in Vietnam for 10 years or more. Sometimes great powers, when they're scared, do really stupid things and they pay a price for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, the United States did not blunder Vietnam because it was scared. That is a silly assumption.
Russia has already paid a considerable price for this. They're going to continue to pay a price. But great powers also don't back down when things go bad. They double down, which is what I fear we are seeing happening. And the victims of that process, first and foremost, are going to be Ukrainians.
So let me go to Radek for 1 minute.
I'm just going to ask a question.
We're coming right back to you after,
all
right? But Radek, to you now. Do you agree with the concept that Ukraine, and Zelensky has signaled that he is willing to do this, that Ukraine should declare itself a neutral country and forswear any ambition to join NATO? Is that a route to ending this war?
I think it's a sign of realism on the part of President Zelensky.
I think that it's really neutrality does not mean neutrality. Neutrality means being in the Russian sphere of interest. That is also very, very important to remember.
He has heard that he is not going to be admitted into NATO because we respect Russia's security interests. So there was no need, according to the realist theory, this war has been completely pointless.
You keep saying...
Because NATO membership is just not on the cards. What the real reason for this war is that Putin wants Ukraine. And the reason why I think there will not...
And it's important to know what wants Ukraine means. It doesn't mean necessarily that he wants to occupy the entirety of Ukraine. He will be perfectly content with having Ukraine as a puppet state. That is also Russia de facto having Ukraine. That is a very important thing that should be pointed out.
To be a diplomatic settlement is that if you are the leader of a democracy, you have politics too, and you can't concede territory. You know, how much territory of your own country could you concede and remain in power? You have rivals who will eat you alive if you do that. So I think this is going to be a frozen conflict writ large for many years, for as long as Putin is in power.
So I have a question.
Okay, and then I get to ask you one in a second, but I'd like to hear yours.
So I asked questions about, you guys keep using this phrase, Russia's security interests, right? So I want you to tell us which security interests are legitimate and illegitimate, because I listed them. Putin has spoken about NATO, but he said a lot of other things. He said the purpose of this war is denazification. So is that a legitimate interest? And we have to overthrow the Zelensky government to acknowledge Russia's interest. He said the purpose of this war, it's all in his speech. You can find it. I'll show it to you. I got it on my phone right now. He said it was demilitarization. So do we have to acknowledge that? We have to wipe out the Ukrainian military. He said it was to recognize...
Those are good questions. I am awaiting with bated breath.
...recognize the Donbass republics as independent countries. He said that's in Russia's national security interest. He said, just on May 9th, just 2 days ago, he said that Russians are now fighting on their territory in Kherson and Mariupol. So do we have to recognize that, too, as Russia's national security interest? And when does it stop? Because I don't think wars end. Wars do not end. You didn't get to hear the quotation I said about appeasement. That was to John Mersheimer, warning about why appeasement is folly if you think in offensive realism. Because wars do not end when you just say, oh, you want that, you want that, you want that. Sure, they end in two ways. Either one side wins or there's a stalemate on the battlefield. And until those conditions are met, we will not have peace. And the idea that we're going to tell the democratically elected government of Ukraine to capitulate because Putin wants Mariupol, it's not only immoral, but it hasn't worked in history, folks. This notion that great powers take care of that part of the world has not worked out well in history. It won't work out well now.
John, over to you.
True.
Okay, but Mike's argument is that we don't work out a settlement because that involves appeasing Putin.
If Russia is not defeated on the battlefield, that it will end up in just appeasing Russia and just giving Russia what it wants. It is exactly what it is pushing for now.
That involves turning Ukraine into a neutral buffer state. We don't do that. So instead, what we do is we continue to arm Ukraine. We continue to get more deeply involved, and we try to help Ukrainians to decisively defeat the Russians in Ukraine.
That is
And
actually not
furthermore,
true. The West has not been trying seriously to allow Ukraine to decisively beat it. What the West has been doing is to help Ukraine not to lose, but definitely not to help it win. So let's not get that mixed up.
Their sanctions, we bring the Russians to their knees, and we ultimately, as I said in my opening comments, we knock them out of the balance of power, okay? The question you want to ask yourself, and this is the question all of you want to ask yourself, is where does this lead, right? Just think about what Ukraine is going to look like. Just think about the threat of nuclear escalation. The longer this war goes on, the more likely it is the Americans will become involved. The more likely it is that the war will turn nuclear. This would be a disaster of the first order. We have a deep-seated interest in shutting this one down now. And that means paying serious attention to what the Russians consider to be their interests. And their main interest is to make Ukraine a neutral state.
Quick answer to this
As in subservient to Russia, because that is what neutrality means in practice.
question, John. Does that mean recognizing the territory that Russia has occupied in Ukraine?
I think, as Steve said before, that has to be decided.
Vladimir says, what a complete joke. Yeah. You know what? I completely agree with this statement. It is a complete joke. It is just a mockery. A bunch of old guys just theory crafting about why Ukraine should capitulate. It's just Mersheimer is the biggest jokester of them all with his realism theory. God. It's all about poor Russia, you know. Russia's just a victim in all this in reality. It's those horrible countries around it that keep poking the bear. Ukraine, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, Georgia. Oh, Chechnya has been really poking the bear. Chechnya just deserved to be fucked. It's all about Russia. Russia's just epicenter of the whole region, if not the world.
In the final peace agreement.
So that's not Russia's national security interest, right?
What do you think?
So that's, just to point out, that's a disagreement between our colleagues and Putin. You keep saying Russia's interest, but that's what he said. He said it very clearly that that's in his interest.
To answer Jadis's question, my personal view is that if you got a deal that created a really, truly neutral Ukraine, you could get the Russians to give up everything except Crimea.
Bullshit. That's not true. The only way that Russia would agree to give up everything but Crimea would be to install a puppet regime that would be completely loyal to Russia, 100% loyal to Russia. Making Ukraine into Belarus is the only way that Russia would agree to actually return anything. I can believe that. But that would not be a neutral Ukraine. That would be a Ukraine that would be a puppet state, just like its neighbor, with Lukashenko at the helm, which is, again, that's not neutrality, no matter how much you slice it.
How do you know that? How do you know that Putin doesn't...
I said that's my opinion.
How do you know that Putin doesn't redefine his interests further? You know, Finland used to be a Russian colony. Poland used to be a Russian colony. What if Putin decides that he wants those countries back too?
In case you haven't noticed, Putin is not even capable of conquering Ukraine. The idea that he's going to conquer Poland is laughable in the extreme.
They did so many times in the past.
The past is the past. There's a new balance of power in Europe.
Well,
what a joke. What a joke.
And by the way, Radek, if you're...
What I can say is I would prefer the Ukrainians and the Finns in the trench beside me than some people that are current members.
Okay.
True. Oh God, what a burn. Burn. Got him. I don't know. I kind of like Sikorski in this. I think he's spitting.
Steve?
Radek, if you're worried about a Russian invasion of Poland based on history, you might understand why Russia might be worried about a Western invasion based on history.
Every time
That's bullshit. Oh, Western invasion.
that the West invaded Russia, Russia invaded 50 times.
You both have reasons to be concerned.
Oh, that's such bullshit. Oh my god. It's such bullshit. Holy crap. He's referring to Nazi Germany. Oh my goodness.
Right? I do think John's point is true. No one is going to worry about Russia trying to conquer anybody else for a good long time, given the experience.
And nobody's worried about Russia being conquered.
I think Belarus will be next, actually.
I wanted to answer Mike's question. And then
Belarus is already done. Belarus is not going to be next. It's already done. Belarus does not need to be conquered. It's already subservient. It's separate from Russia on a technicality, but like Russia could turn its side to any different country. Belarus is done. It's being Russified. Belarusian language is all but dying. There is no freedom in Belarus. That is a false statement that Belarus is next. Belarus has already been taken care of a long time ago.
Then pose one to the two of you. Answer my question, legitimate security interests. I believe the number one issue is, of course, the neutrality of Ukraine, and the other things would have to be negotiated.
So Steve,
just let me.
Can we converse, or do we?
We can converse if I can finish the sentence.
Okay, all right. I was told. I'm paying attention to the Canadian rules. I was told we're supposed to interrupt. I was told that. I was told that by your judge. I'm going to get him on the stage. I'm just paying attention to the rules here, folks.
I was told to just have a lively conversation, but never mind. So I think that's the first step. And there's obvious reasons why the Russians want this guaranteed by the United States. Radek keeps saying that this was impossible, it's never going to happen, it was off the table.
You have already guaranteed Ukraine's security
you're picking
in the
up Mike,
Budapest Memorandum of 1994.
You were picking up Mike's habits. All right. In 2021, we kept reiterating that Ukraine was going to join. We kept saying that over and over again. So our diplomats are lying?
Yes.
Yes,
that's the real world, guys. Come on, come on.
But you could.
That's the real world.
Wait a sec. Our diplomats are lying all the time, yet the Russians should trust them when they offer assurances.
Because Russia never lies. We should take all of Russian politicians' words at face value.
Mm-hmm. And we shouldn't.
Please,
but here's my question: if Ukraine membership in NATO is really, realistically off the table, just not going to happen, nothing for Russia to worry about, why shouldn't NATO take it back? Say, we've rethought the matter, we no longer want to consider Ukraine for NATO membership. If it's never going to happen, why not do a very simple thing that might help unwind this?
Because that would be an invitation for Russia to invade. And as you know, Russia,
that's already happened.
The United States, Britain and France guaranteed Ukraine's security and borders in return for Ukraine giving up what was then the third largest nuclear stockpile in the world back in 1994. So you have a duty to Ukraine to help them defend their liberty now.
That is correct, that there was such a guarantee. Let me ask you a question for one moment.
Who cares about guarantees? Big powers don't have to care about guarantees.
Because we are talking about ending this war. Are you worried about escalation, Mike?
So I want to be crystal clear. I'm sure I speak for Radek. Who doesn't want to end this war? Of course we all want to end this war. And it is the policy of the Biden administration. I disagree with Secretary Austin's comments that you keep referring to. I think that was a mistake. Personally, that was a mistake. That is not the policy of the United States of America. The policy of the United States of America is to try to end this war as fast as possible. And their theory of the case is that by giving the Ukrainians the ability to fight, as opposed to capitulation, and putting pressure on Russia with sanctions, that will speed up the process of ending the war. So we all agree that ending the war is the goal. I just think we disagree about how we get there.
Yeah.
Second thing I want to say, I am worried about escalation. Of course, you should always be worried about escalation and nuclear escalation. But the Russians have been very clear. After Putin said some things at the beginning of the war, he rolled out Peskov, he rolled out Medvedev to say, we'll only use nuclear weapons in the case of an existential threat to Russia. And this is something really clear that we need to be precise about. No one is talking about invading Russia today. I'm sorry, but Hitler,
That's true.
Napoleon, and the United States of America and NATO are just, this is the problem with realism. They just treat all countries the same. They don't distinguish between dictatorships and democracies. Who in this room thinks that NATO would invade Russia? Raise your hand. I rest my case. No. Putin knows that. Putin knows that.
Yeah.
He knows that NATO is not going
Nuclear deterrence is strong for one.
That would be suicidal. That would be ridiculous. Nobody's going to invade Russia, and therefore we should all relax about the threat, the Armageddon threat of a nuclear conflict, because they've said very clearly that's the only time they'll use weapons. I don't think that will happen.
We don't have a lot of time left. I want to go to Radek. Are you worried about escalation?
Yes, I am, and I want to give credit where credit is due. Professor Mearsheimer in 1994 did advise Ukraine to keep their nuclear weapons. And whether that or the hypothetical possibility of joining NATO would be a bigger threat to Russia, make your own judgment.
Interesting.
But he is now saying that if Putin were about to lose, he might nuke Western Ukraine. And I actually fear that you might be right. That he would calculate that nuking Ukraine would not actually lead to a nuclear exchange with NATO, because Ukraine is not a member. And it would cut the supply routes of Western equipment to the rest of Ukraine, and they talk about and they exercise their very nasty doctrine of escalate to de-escalate, which means use nukes, stun everybody into paralysis, and in that time achieve your military and political aims. I think this is the likelihood of this is not high, but it's not zero either. This would be the most dangerous point for the world, but also for Putin, because if he gives such an order, his generals will have the choice either to commit genocide or to take him out.
Janice, can I just respond?
Yes. Final comments from John and then from Stephen.
Yeah, I just want to build on what Radek said that I wrote in 1993. I was probably the only person in the West who said that Ukraine should not give up its nuclear arsenal. And my argument was...
Well, there was, and this is again the limitations of a realist theory. Ukraine did not really have a choice in the matter. It was basically blackmailed into doing it by the United States, for that matter. Because the United States, during Ukraine's weakest time, did say, we will withdraw any support, we will withdraw humanitarian aid, which would cause mass starvation. So, what a joke. Yeah, just keep the nukes. What a joke. Ukraine was not in a position to just keep the nuclear weapons. Nobody would allow that. For a realist, that is a really naive statement just now. Yeah, just keep them, just keep the nukes. What a joke.
Because someday the Russians may threaten to invade Ukraine, and Ukraine should have nuclear weapons. The vast majority of people in the West, and many Ukrainians said at the time, that Ukrainians and Russians are basically blood brothers and blood sisters, and that's inconceivable. And therefore, John Mearsheimer's views are out of touch with reality. In a way, Mike, people were arguing at the time views similar to what Putin said in his July 12, 2021.
Yeah, because the West never understood Russia. What else is new? Oh my God, the West was completely wrong about Russia in the past. and the West is completely wrong about Russia now. Holy crap. Who could have known?
Article. Anyway, we took away their nuclear weapons.
Okay, the West is better about Russia now, but you get my point, I think.
Then we encouraged them to join NATO. We said they were going to join NATO. We, in effect, poked the Russian bear in the eye.
Maybe he was saying that. But the reality of the situation is that the US was pressuring Ukraine to do so.
We left them defenseless. We, in effect, have led the Ukrainians down the primrose path.
What's the poking of the bear that the Ukrainians did? What can you define that? How did they poke them? Very concretely, what's the evidence of poking?
Just
gotta have a little bit of data.
I'll give Mike a 30-second answer.
Yeah.
When
did they poke them?
We poked them in the eye.
No. When did the Ukrainians poke the bear, and that's why they had to invade Ukraine?
By going along with NATO expansion.
NATO was off the table. What do you mean by going along with NATO expansion? That's bullshit. That's nonsense.
Just to be clear, it hasn't happened. So we keep such a weird debate.
Of course,
Ukraine's not in NATO.
Of course, it hasn't happened. And the Russians are bent on making sure it doesn't happen.
Because Germany and France vetoed it at the NATO summit, at which I was present.
Stephen?
I confess I may be in the same position as most of the audience, which is I've kind of lost the thread of the conversation. This is exactly what we're arguing about here, but I'll go back to the resolution, which we're arguing about how to try and end this thing, right? And the basic difference between us is that we want to try and get this to a diplomatic solution as quickly as possible, and that means we think you have to...
And that means that you have to throw Ukraine under the bus and not give a damn about what their needs are. Just give up territory, just millions of people under occupation. Who cares as long as we just end this as fast as possible? People, again, tortured, killed, like deported. Who cares? Who cares?
To acknowledge Russia's security interest first and foremost, convincing Russia that Ukraine will be a neutral country in perpetuity, right? If they've continued to believe that maybe not now, maybe not this year, but eventually, because NATO hasn't taken it off the table, and in fact, the United States and its NATO allies were pulling Ukraine closer and closer, beginning to cooperate in a variety of different ways, arming it in ways that Russia regarded as inimical to its interests as its...
Of course. Ukraine being able to defend itself against Russia is clearly against Russia's interest, because Russia is only interested in having a puppet state akin to Belarus.
Find it, right? If you don't address this, you're not going to shut this one down. Our respected opponents believe the only way to shut this down is to basically give Ukraine the capability to defeat Russia there, and at the same time weaken Russia as much as possible, basically drive it out of the ranks of the major powers so it can never threaten anyone near it again. And our point...
No, the point is to make the war so costly, so unsustainable for Russia for it to be forced to negotiate on unacceptable terms. That is the only way. That is the only way you'll get it. You have to make this war just impossible for Russia. That is what people are arguing for on Sikorski's side.
Point is that that's a very risky thing to do. When major powers are confronted with that possibility, even if it's partly the result of their own mistakes, they don't just run up the white flag and say they're sorry.
Okay, Stephen, I have one quick question for you, and it's one sentence answer, and we're going to go around one sentence answer because we're out of time. What will this conflict look like 2 years from now? One sentence. We're going to go around.
We already have hindsight 2020, so we already have hindsight. We already have 3 years, 3.5 years into the conflict, not just 2. So let's hear the answers. This one's going to be amusing, I think.
None of us know. I hope it's over, but it could well be continuing. If so, it will be a tragedy first and foremost for Ukraine. And it will create a grave risk of continued escalation or even expansion.
John, what will this conflict look like?
It's continuing.
I have no idea.
What do you think?
I mean, I think that we are living in a world of radical uncertainty where it comes to what this is going to end up looking like. And I think there is a real possibility, I'm not saying it's likely, but there's a real possibility of nuclear use. And I think that's
bullshit. Nope. 3.5 years then, no nuclear weapon has been used, so that's just fear-mongering. Fear-mongering at its worst.
Should scare the living daylights out of all of us, and that should create an imperative to shut this one down.
Mike, what is it going to look like?
I don't know.
Don't.
Can I get the rest of my time back to say
No.
something interesting?
No.
Can I say one thing? I've been waiting
One
for 20
sentence.
minutes. We keep talking about neutrality. I just want to point out, President Zelensky has said he's willing to declare neutrality several times. The last time he said it was March 27th. Google it, Zelensky, March 27th.
Why is he on the panel if he has no idea? I mean, we have hindsight 2020. This is a debate from 2022, which is interesting to go back to. It is interesting to hear answers. What is this conflict going to look in 2 years when we're past that point and we already know what happened? We have quite clear data on what happened.
27th neutrality, it'll come up. The notion that we're not talking about that is it's just not factually true. We all want to end the war. That's not the question. The framing of the question is how do you do it? And you don't do it just by giving Putin everything he wants. The other side, their interests have to be part of the equation as well.
Radek, you said it's going to be a frozen conflict. Is
My
that-
preferred solution would be for Ukraine to chase out the invaders, and then Russia, as is its tradition, to reform itself after a lost war, to become a democracy and to join the family of freedom-loving people. But I fear that a stalemate is more likely.
So we are finished the round discussion, and I'm going to hand this back to Rudyard now, and for the final statements.
Big round of applause for Janice Stein. Thank you.
Yeah, this whole thing happened this is from 3 years ago. This debate is from 3 years ago.
Thank you, Janice.
This is why you might hear some really outdated stuff from these people, because this is from 2022.
Wow. I think I'm officially out of a job. That's fantastic.
Russia's security interests
Okay, enough. Okay, I think we've done enough with this, right? I think we have milked this cow dry. So, how do we feel? How do we feel after this lovely, lovely panel / debate? Was it good? Was it bad? Any thoughts? We're gonna do a palate cleanser after this. I got a cool palate cleanser after this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, this is so cool. Okay, I want to watch this. Feels like a good old goofy ass movie. That is true. Well said. Well said. Goofy movie. My thought is he's an idiot. Which one? Mersheimer or the other guy? All right, let's. I'm gonna show you a palette cleanser now. Hold on, we have to have sound. Difference between short-haired German Shepherd and a long-coated German Shepherd. Aww. This is like Fido. I have this type. Oh my god, their barks are so whiny. Listen, my Fido's bark is a lot more masculine. Fido has a lot more masculine bark, okay? Like, and Fido's more like, you know? What puny barks are this? What puny barks are these? Oh boy. August. I kind of partially agree that NATO expansion by the US was bad. Yeah, NATO was not on the table, so this whole argumentation about NATO expansion is just anti-rhetoric. It was not on the table for Ukraine. Oh, yeah. I mean, for Poland, etc. Yeah. Yeah. That was that was a necessity for countries like Poland. That was definitely a necessity. Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, Poland has made the best choice for itself. I agree. Halloween. I wonder. Let's check up on Mr. Sunday.
Then, assuming that only economic or material variables propelled human nature or history.
Oh my god, what if all hissed? Oh, I regret instantly. I regret. Oh my god, what if all hissed? Oh, Jesus Christ Almighty. Maybe I should do a waterfall hiss react, considering that. Whatever. Let's go to a topic actually.
But that's not what Hegel thought. That was the critique.
Then that there was a natural arc of history which bent towards the lower classes.
Lower class of history, bell classes. Oh my god. What a dork. What an actual dork. And ironically. Dewey's bad guy. I mean, I get you. I get what you're saying. I understand what you're trying to say. Okay, let's talk about the tomahawks for a bit, because there's been a development, kind of a development. It's not exactly a huge development, but it puts, let's just say that it puts the ball squarely in Trump's court. The Pentagon clears tomahawk for Ukraine, leaving final call to Trump, CNN reports. So now we are in a situation in which Trump has actually made a move. Trump has been irritated enough with the stance of Russia that he has actually imposed sanctions, which is a great first step. But if he actually agreed to give the tomahawks to Ukraine, that could actually be another great gesture of cooperation between the US and Ukraine. Because it feels like there's been a lot of argumentation that the US has a limited amount of systems itself, that it needs them. But it seems that Pentagon does not agree. I'm not sure I buy this argument, considering that the United States has, at the end of the day, the most powerful army in the world by far. I don't think that the might of the United States Army is entirely reliant on those systems in particular. I actually think that the United States at the end of the day might have even more powerful things at its disposal. The Pentagon has cleared the transfer of long-range Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, leaving the final decisions in the hands of the US President Donald Trump. CNN has reported. I have questions about this, like right off the bat. I have questions. How many systems did the Pentagon clear to be transferred? How many missiles? Because that makes a great difference. It makes a difference between it being a symbolic gesture and it actually making any difference on the battlefield, which I do care for the I do care for the missiles to actually make a difference in the war. I would like them to make a difference. The broadcaster said on Friday, citing 3 US and European officials familiar with the matter, that the Joint Staff delivered its assessment to the White House earlier this month after concluding that supplying the missiles would not harm US stockpiles. So that argument just is thrown out the window. Because I've been hearing this argument from a lot of people, including people that I really respect when it comes to the topic. So it added that the assessment was conveyed before Trump met with Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky, who had hoped to secure the missiles that Kyiv argues could significantly shift the balance on the battlefield, which means that it does not mean anything. If Trump has already been praised by the Pentagon on this issue before his meeting with Zelensky, then that means that the Tomahawks are, in practice, still off the table. That is what I'm hearing from this little bit. So, nothing changes. Nothing really ends up changing in reality. Nothing changes. It added that the assessment was conveyed, blah, 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 shift the balance. According to CNN, the Pentagon's assessment initially raised hopes among European allies that Washington might soon approve the transfer, as it removed one of the administration's main objections, concerns over America's own limited stockpiles. Before he met with Zelensky, Trump himself said that the US has a lot of tomahawks it could potentially provide to Ukraine, reflecting his growing frustration with Russia's reluctance to pursue a ceasefire agreement. However, during his meeting with the Ukrainian leader, Trump appeared to reverse course, claiming that the US needed the weapons in its arsenal and that he hoped the war could be ended without having to supply them, which, as always, directly contradicts the expert's opinion on these matters. But I think we have come to be used to Trump just saying whatever the hell he wants and not caring about what the experts in the field think of such matters, right? I think they're just par for the course at this point, isn't it? Before he met with Zelensky, Trump himself said that the US has a lot of tomahawks it could potentially provide to Ukraine, reflecting his growing frustration with Russia's reluctance to pursue a ceasefire agreement. However, during his meeting with the Ukrainian leader, Trump appeared to reverse course. We read this. Trump's change of tone, which came as a surprise to Kyiv and its European allies, followed a phone call with Russian President Vladimir Putin a day earlier. Trump acknowledged that Putin did not like it when he mentioned the possibility of sending tomahawks to Ukraine during their conversation. Why does Ukraine seek tomahawks? Kyiv has long urged Washington to supply the long-range weapons combined with Ukraine's domestically produced drones, the tomahawks, which have a range of between 1,600 and 2,500 kilometers, could deliver powerful strikes against Moscow's military infrastructure, allowing Kyiv to hit targets deep inside Russian territory. Zelensky has argued that such capabilities would strengthen Ukraine's negotiation position and compel Putin to take Trump's calls for peace more seriously. The greater the Ukrainian long-range capability, the greater the Russian willingness to end the war, he said last week. According to the Washington-based Institute for the Study of War, the Tomahawk's range and payload would allow Ukraine to inflict significant damage on critical Russian assets far beyond Kyiv's current strike limits. The think tank estimates that at least 1,655 Russian military targets could fall within range, including 67 air bases and other facilities vital to Moscow's war operations in Ukraine. Will Trump give the green light? Who knows? Trump's policy on Russia's war in Ukraine has shifted continuously since his return to the White House in January. He had vowed to end the conflict on his first day in office, but despite his diplomatic efforts, the war is now approaching its fourth winter, with Moscow defying his calls for a ceasefire. I don't think so. The fact that Trump has been appraised by the Pentagon on the situation and that he has been told that this would not affect stockpiles and yet refused tells me that they are off the table. That is what that tells me. Effectively, the tomahawks are off the table for Ukraine. That does not change in the slightest. Last week, Trump imposed sanctions, which imposing sanctions does not mean that there is a higher chance of the tomahawks being given. I am. It is interesting, and it is actually useful information to know that the Pentagon had cleared the tomahawks for Ukraine, and that the whole argument of dwindling stockpiles is not as important as mentioned. But it remains true, in my opinion, that Trump will probably not give Ukraine the tomahawks. So in practice, this revelation does not change anything. In practice, nothing changes for the better for Ukraine. That's it. Hey, it's Halloween, so we could be doing some Halloweeny things. Actually, I've been thinking of some Halloweeny things that we could be doing. All right, let's do a poll, because I'm in a good mood and I always feel like it's a lovely chat. It's been a while since I did more political topics or Halloween game. Isn't it just starting now? Isn't Halloween on the 1st or whatever? I'm not even sure. I think today is All Say. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't know. I can still do Halloween stuff. It's okay. It's a continuing stream. Today in Poland is the Day of All Saints, according to the Catholic tradition. And tomorrow, on the 2nd, we're going to be having the Day of the Dead. The Day of the Dead is when you do the celebration of those who have passed and you visit their graves. So, Trump is mentally limited. Yep, I agree. I agree. I'm sorry, but the truth is in the pudding. He said that he would reduce prices of medication by 800%. So I don't need convincing that Trump is a demented old man. Also, hello. Sorry, Paul. What if Doom had a gravity gun? Then we'd all be doomed. Not even talking about this Venezuela. I know what he is up to. Oh God, Venezuela. Oh man. I mean, the beauty of Trump's brain state is that you can find several examples of him being stupid on something. So it's a very holistic issue when it comes to Trump. His intelligence. Ah, man. Depressing. Depressing AF. Okay, I need more than one vote. One vote does not mean anything to me. A single vote means nothing to me. I'm gonna go to the toilet, and when I return, I better see some votes. I have better seen some votes. Also, I've been advised to do some, what's it? Oh yeah, I've been told by Philip August that I will be getting those sweet raids on Twitch and to dual stream, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Okay, I'm not seeing it, Philip August. How many people are watching on Twitch right now? Not many. Not many people are watching. I think so. I think they did it. All right, I'm gonna go to the toilet. In the meantime, please vote as much as you possibly can, and we're gonna do what we decide to do, okay? We're gonna do what you decide to do, what you vote on. Because this is a proper democracy, not a Russia-style democracy, which is a farce. A farcical joke for democracy. Ooh, Europa Universalis 5 is out. We could be playing that. We'll be right back. Oh yeah? Okay, well thank you. I'll be right back. I have to do more collaborations. I'll see you soon. Also, what was with your previous stream? I joined it and it looked weirdly. Tried restarting it and the same thing. I don't know. It was some problem on my part or what. Oh yeah, there was a sudden blackout in Ukraine. We lost electricity. The stream just died. I did not have a battery to hook up to, and in the end, it just ended up being a wash. I could not stream. There was no electricity. Everything just died abruptly. That's what happened last stream. If you're at all curious, which you are because you asked. So that was a stupid statement on my part. Yeah. Oh, hello. Hello, Glitch Master. What a lovely dog. Thank you. Thank you. It's Fido, my long-haired German Shepherd, who I probably will next week go to Poland for a bit to spend some time with him because he always misses me a lot when I'm in Ukraine, and to be quite frank, I miss him as well. He's a wonderful dog. He's the best. He's the best dog. Like, lovely. Very cute. You can see, you can just, I think his personality really is showcased in this little gif. Very carefree, very friendly, very happy doggy, you know. I think I've chosen this. I think this little looped video illustrates his personality well. Oh yeah, he's in the lower left corner. Yeah, I love him. Really great. And yes, I can fit 2 fingers behind his collar. Yeah. 50-50. It's a draw. So I would like to see some more people vote. I guess I'll just do another political topic. Hold on. I have to look something up. Browser. Putin, Truth, Social, Nuclear. Oh no. Time Social Post. Nuclear. There we go. Oh shit. There we go. Copy link. This is what I wanted. We're gonna do nuclear weapons. Yep. Okay, we're gonna go with this. LOL, EU5 is a political game. Let me check how much it costs actually. Europa Universalis. Oh my god, it's expensive. It's very expensive. Oh, it's not out yet. Never mind, I don't have to worry. It's gonna be out in 3 days. It's not out yet. Whatever. No, it's not out yet. But I guess people have early access. She blamed Lenin. Modi blamed Lenin. Well, it's a bit. It's like we are entering the glorious era of nuclear saber rattling. So you know, the era of nuclear saber rattling is upon us. Okay, I don't care. I'm doing the political topic. I don't care about democracy. You people don't deserve democracy. You don't know what to do with it. You just stunlock me. Because that is what brings you joy. Stunlocking me. You derive some weird, twisted joy. Fuck me. Trump. All right. Modi is a really weird guy to say the least. Well, he gets what he wants and he's one of the nutcases on the world stage. I mean, if they're live right now, I can call in and talk about the topic for a bit. I can just make it happen now. If it's worth anything, I change my vote to politics, breaking the tie. Oh, okay, thank you. Also, as always, everybody, please consider going to lucyhaza.org/live and donating or subscribing because I need funds to live in Ukraine, to have food, and you know, there's a lot of Ukraine-related projects, and it all costs. So please do consider it, Conrad. You're my last hope. I'll die of starvation without you. All right, let's continue. Let us continue this beautiful, beautiful thing. This beautiful, big, beautiful stream. We're gonna start it off with the. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. Let me prep the segment because I'm a real professional streamer, okay? I'm a real professional. I want to talk about this. Just for Conrad, I'm going to be talking about oh, I love this. I want to talk about that. Whatever, all I need is this. I'm a professional. You have $5 from my Prime sub thing, and I'm very grateful for you, for it too. All right, let's do this. Let's do this crap. So very recently, there's been a test of Russian nuclear run missiles, which could be in the air for 15 hours or something. There was just nuclear powered ballistic missiles. It's the new Oreshnik, basically. Russia is saber rattling about basically it's. I think it also did a test of the readiness of the nuclear triad submarines, ballistic missile launchers, and air capability. It did also that, I think. So Putin put on his military garb. He did a whole spiel about the tests. And I think because Donald Trump's response to that was inappropriate in the face of the negotiations, he did not like that. So I think that is my personal opinion, because everybody has been blindsided by this. I don't think it is as shocking as it seems. I just simply think that Trump felt slighted and he felt he needed to retaliate in kind with a proportional reaction, not to seem weak. So it led to this. The United States has more nuclear weapons than any other country. This was accomplished including a complete update and renovation of existing weapons during my first term in office, because Trump is responsible for everything, always, everywhere. There were zero nuclear weapons in the American stockpiles until the Trump's first term, when he, of course, renewed and rebuilt everything. That is well known. Many people say this. It's just a knee-jerk reaction to Russia's saber rattling, and Russia's saber rattling because it is not happy with how the negotiations are going. It's not happy with the sanctions. It wants to send a subtle message of, hey, we still have the nukes. We still want to keep our advantage of the escalation ladder. Do not do anything rash. Do not actually give Ukraine any support, or we might have to do something stupid or something extreme. You are forcing our hand, etc., etc. You know the drill. Because of the tremendous destructive power, I hated to do it, but I had no choice. There you go. Russia is second and China is a distant third, but will be even within 5 years because of other countries' testing programs. I have no clue how much testing China actually does. I know that North Korea is conducting tests, and some people claim that the recent Russia tests were not really even nuclear tests because there was no nuclear explosion involved. There was no nuclear explosion involved, and it was, technically speaking, just testing a nuclear run. Just it runs on nuclear power. It does not have. It did not involve using it. Okay, it did not involve a nuclear weapon exploding. Oh, I still believe in the escalation ladder thing. Death of Philip Augustus. I used to believe in the escalation ladder thing early in the war. I still believe in it. It's just that Russia has been given absolute dominance in that escalation ladder. The West definitely believes in it because it has given into Russia time and time and time again on that escalation ladder. So technically speaking, some countries say that the testing by Russia recently has not been true nuclear testing because no detonation of nuclear warheads have been involved. And also the critics to what Trump is saying here, to Trump saying there should be tests, is that the United States actually does not need to do live tests of nuclear weapons because the United States have very dependable mathematical models that it's bases it's testing on. The United States is actually testing, but it's not testing the nuclear capacity through actual detonations and actual in the field tests because it does not have to. They're very dependable mathematical models for that adopted by the United States, which is why the last nuclear testing conducted by the United States have been something like 30 years ago, 3 decades ago. Because of other countries' testing programs, I have instructed the Department of War to start testing our nuclear weapons on an equal basis, which is, again, a knee-jerk reaction. Russia did something, we must do it back. It's silly. Especially as I've explained, the United States does not really need to conduct live tests. It's just a form of cyber rattling on the part of Trump. It's cyber rattling towards Russia as well as China. Hey, we are nuclear ready as well. And it kind of disturbs me because it basically just means that Russia is not, we're entering the era of nuclear saber rattling. That is what is happening. And it is pretty disturbing to see. Let's read the rest of this thing. That process will begin immediately. Thank you for your attention. Okay. This is the typical ending to Trump's thing. So yeah, what this amounts to is nuclear cyber rattling by Trump. Because again, the United States does not need to conduct live tests to further its nuclear development. You can do all these things based on virtual models. There's a very real tangible reason why the United States has not been conducting these tests for over 3 decades now. It's all a reaction to a slight, to a perceived slight by Donald Trump because Russia has done their own tests, which again, I will remind that by some people it is considered not to be real actual tests. This has been done in very close proximity to the United States enacting the actually let's see. Trump calls Russia tests inappropriate. Nuclear powered missiles. Russia's Burevestnik missile, which is the next Oreshnik. There you go. Trump described Russia's new cruise missile test as not. This is why he decided to do the whole testing crap. This is exactly it. Trump describes Russia's new cruise missiles test as not appropriate. Donald Trump has described Vladimir Putin's announcement of a nuclear-powered cruise missile test as not appropriate amid growing tensions between Moscow and Washington. Putin said on Sunday that Russia has successfully tested its unique nuclear-capable Burevestnik cruise missile, which the Kremlin described as part of efforts to ensure the country's national security. Again, Putin has done all of this song and dance. This missile is not be able to be intercepted. It's a super powerful missile. We have developed this super cool super weapon. Fear us. We are indestructible. We will do what we must. This is like Oreshnik has lost its appeal. Nobody cares about Oreshnik anymore. So Russia had to roll out the next big thing, and that next big thing is this new missile. And so they conducted tests of it. That is all that there is to it. And Trump basically had a knee-jerk reaction because he felt slighted. All right, let's pull up the Guardian article that I'm reading. Let's pull up that Guardian article that I have here. It's all very reactive politics, if you ask me. When asked on Monday by reporters on board Air Force One about Russia's nuclear missile test, Trump said Putin should focus on ending the war with Ukraine rather than testing missiles. And then he just sort of turned around and said, oh, Russia is conducting tests? Well, then we have to conduct tests double or whatever. It's just silly. It is not really well thought out politics, but what do you expect from Donald Trump? You should not expect well thought out politics from Donald Trump by any stretch of the imagination. That is definitely not what you're gonna get from him. That is definitely not what you're gonna get. Trump said the US had a nuclear submarine right off their shores that did not need to travel such distances. We test missiles all the time, he added. Well, not nuclear ones. A day earlier, wearing military fatigues, at a meeting with Russia's top generals, Putin hailed the missile as a breakthrough, just like he said that about Oreshnik in the past. It is truly a unique weapon, one that no other country in the world possesses. Of course, it's all about waving of the dick. He said ordering preparations to build the infrastructure needed to bring the system into military service, just like with Oreshnik. Oreshnik was supposed to be unbeatable. Oreshnik was supposed to be a threat not just to Ukraine but to Europe. It's all the same song and dance, but with newer and newer missiles, with newer Oreshniks, so to speak. Very silly business, but very effective against the West. No less. Very effective. Yeah. Russia's chief of general staff, Valery Gerasimov, told Putin that the test had taken place on Thursday, the missile flying over 8,700 miles over 15 hours. And they said that is not the upper limit, that it could go for longer than that. And they notified the US in advance. Putin first unveiled the invincible Borovetsnik in 2018, claiming it had an almost unlimited range and could evade US missile defenses. No one wanted to listen to us, so listen now, he said at the time. Russia's nuclear-powered cruise missile, Borovetsnik, isn't invincible. I mean, whatever, I don't have to say that. So yeah, that is the, in my opinion, that is the reason for Trump's sudden bit about nuclear testing. Maybe, at the end of the day, that is just my opinion, but I feel like it's pretty fair thing to say. There you go. I've done my analysis, my big analysis of the topic. Brilliant. That's 2 segments. That's 2 segments that are political segments. Brilliant, isn't it? I am a brilliant streamer. All right. Oh, it's tied again. The poll has not been untied at all. It's still 50-50. So there you go. My goodness. I'm such a low energy person. My energy is the lowest ever. Oh, well, okay, well, let's do some slop, whatever. Let's look up some slop. Some real quick slop for us to gobble up on. Then we can continue serious topics. The importance of being principled, says Bad Empanada. What a joke. Born in Venezuela. Whatever. What a joke. Let's see what Blair White is up to. Is Blair White still making transphobic content? Gen Z is ditching trans ideology. Yeah, trans person talking about trans ideology. That should be interesting. We can watch some of it. We can watch a trans person raving and moaning about trans ideology. Why not? Why the hell not? This is my life now. Whatever. That is what my life is now. Watching a transphobic trans person cry about trans ideology.
I hate to say I told you so.
No. Oops.
I hate to say I told you so, but I also kind of love it.
Wow. Brilliant. What a brilliant person. Oh yeah, that is... I hate to be mean, but this person is an absolutely stupid individual. An absolutely stupid individual.
Hold on. I feel like I'm doing a lot of these videos this year. These just like I told you so videos. And
what a joke.
Not to come across as arrogant or whatever. I just believe in the truth and I believe the truth matters. And so...
Holy shit. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I believe in lies and I believe that lies matter. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for this empty statement.
If you're ever vindicated when you were right, especially when you are fighting against a sea of demons, ogres.
Oh, nice. Calling people ogres based on how they look. Brilliant. Classy, to say the least. Classy behavior.
And big bags who were threatening your life and hating you for years and saying horrific things about you because you had the audacity to speak the truth. I believe you deserve a quick moment to just be like, told you so. So this is my told you so. Trans has absolutely become a trend. Why are fewer young people identifying as trans? This is, there's a lot of articles coming out this week. You may have seen these sorts of headlines because there's new data. The numbers are in, and it's, you don't need the numbers if.
Which young people? How many? This is stupid.
You've been subscribed to Blair White for the past decade. You don't need the numbers if you're part of the Blair White army.
What does that even what is this supposed to suggest? I have no clue what this data is supposed to... Okay, even if less young people identify as trans, which is there's no such thing as identifying as trans. You identify as a certain gender, but that's neither here nor there. What is this supposed to indicate? Like, being trans is not some ideology that you buy into. You're just either trans or you're not. This is very silly.
Because you just saw it coming, because we saw it coming. But
Who
a
are
surprising
we?
shift is taking place in the gender and sexual identities of young Americans.
Who the hell are we?
Center for Heterodox Social Science says that since 2023, both trans and queer identification have dropped sharply within Gen Z.
Okay.
So here's the graph, as you can see. So we're looking at between the end of 2019 and 2020. I wonder what happened then. Nothing much, right? There is this huge spike, and it starts going up, 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 all the way until you get to 2023, which definitely, according to my own just like recollection, did feel like it peaked in 2023. Like, this graph feels right because it just matches my experience and what I've seen as someone who covers this obviously a lot. So in 23, almost 10% of young people in schools were identifying as trans or non-binary. Now,
oh my God, the illiteracy on the display here.
I have a lot of empathy for Gen Z. Well, first of all, let's get to the positive. It is now dipping all the way down. 2025, it's nearly half, but it's only to about what?
How is this? Why is it positive? It's not positive or negative. It's neutral. Like, what are you trying to say with this stat?
It was in 2021. So still some work to do. However, I have a lot of empathy for Gen Z, like I was about to say.
This is stupid.
This is a generation that was denied things like prom, denied graduations, really important milestones in becoming a young adult. And so I always knew like it would have to be turned around, this and many other things that were afflicting Gen Z. The way that a pandemic turned people trans needs to be studied.
Pandemic turned people trans. Citation needed.
You guys,
yeah, it's all the pandemic, of course.
You guys already know how broken the media landscape is right now. Between misinformation.
Yeah, people like you are in it. So yeah, it is broken. It is unironically broken. If people like you talk about the news, discuss political issues, and are pundits with 1.54 million subscribers, yeah, the political landscape is indeed broken. Perhaps beyond repair.
Information, censorship, and the constant lack of transparency.
Whatever. I know it's I don't care about your ad read. I really don't care.
This keeps me up to speed without the bias.
Wow.
And at this point, I seriously use it, wear white, or scan the QR code to get 40 so much to ground new.
I always kind of felt you understood the way I think.
Like, I know nothing in the history books is going to be true or valid about the COVID years and what happened. It's all going to be fabrications, lies.
Of course. This is what happens. Conspiracy nutcase with over 1 million subscribers. It's all gonna be lies. It's all common sense. I just know it. I'm the only truth seeker. I'm the only truth teller. This person from fuckhole somewhere. Brilliant.
Fairy tales and fantasies.
Yeah, of course. Unlike what you're spewing, which is not fairy tales and fantasies at all. It's all just fact-based information. You throwing a random stat and claiming it means something, I guess. Brilliant. Brilliant.
However, like, this needs to be part of the conversation amongst the people. Like, how did a pandemic turn people trans?
Which is a stupid conversation to have, because correlation does not equal causation. You have to establish a link, and you cannot. Not with your puny brain. What is even the basis of saying that? That the pandemic has turn people trans. Oh, there was a pandemic and a bunch of people happened to turn trans during that period. That must mean that one thing caused the other. No, it does not. Again, correlation does not equal causation. I thought people like you were supposed to be facts over feelings, but whatever. I drank juice, and when I went out, I got run over by a car. Juice causes car accidents. That needs to be studied. The effect of drinking juice on car accidents needs to be studied. Or rather, drinking juice and getting into car accidents.
How does that happen? And make no mistake, despite it sounding like a crazy sentence, it's what happened. Crazy doesn't.
Okay, I guess you're gonna justify that now, right? You're gonna provide a justification for that claim. Let's go, provide it. I'm waiting with bated breath. I'm all tense with anticipation. Lay it on us.
Doesn't mean wrong. There's now this discourse on TikTok from people talking about what actually happened in 2020. What happened during.
Oh, wow. There's a discourse on TikTok? Well, that changes everything, doesn't it? Holy moly. There's a discourse on TikTok? Oh my God. That changes so much.
During the pandemic, when everyone thought they were trans and non-binary and shit. And the videos are just very airheaded, like everybody's still clearly asleep, so we'll have to correct them, but here's one.
And what happened in 2020? More specifically, why was everyone becoming queer? And I think I have the answer to that. First of all, you weren't becoming queer, you were coming to know what it meant to be queer, and coming to realize that that might have been you. But to grasp this phenomenon, I feel like it'll be easier to define what being queer actually is. I sort of see queerness as break.
I don't really care. To say you're missing the point.
Yeah, I know you don't really care because you're stupid. You're a stupid person. You are a stupid individual.
Be an understatement, because if people were just discovering that they were in fact these things, you wouldn't see the drop-off rate that we're seeing now with this new data. So obviously, this is just incorrect. The truth is, the reason why people became.
I have no idea what this even means. What drop-off rate? Less people identified. What does that mean that they identified as members of LGBTQ plus before as trans and they stopped? Like, I want to know a bit more about this data than just a graph and no context, no explanation, nothing. Very convenient.
Became trans during the pandemic, non-binary, they, thems, whatever, is the same reason why a lot of weird stuff went on during the pandemic. It's the same reason why people were following nonsensical rules that they knew somewhere deep down in their
yes, that's exactly how you should live your life, based on your deep down feelings that you just know to be true, of course.
Conscious, didn't make any sense, but we're so.
Yeah, follow your common sense, follow your deep down fifis. I'll do it.
Scared and just did it anyways. It was that hypnosis. Right? It was that mass formation psychosis. It was the fact that according to neuroscience, this is science, when a trauma occurs in someone's life, their suggestibility skyrockets. So when something's terrible.
Okay, that's enough. I don't care. I don't care. This is stupid. This person's stupid. We have checked up on her. Really silly stuff. Really, really silly stuff. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah. That's the thing that I want to talk about. Because if I don't talk about it, nobody will. And it's really sad because I'm a micro content creator. So whatever. Who cares? Who cares about them kids? Nobody cares about the children. Think of the children. The meme. Oh no, Lucy, think of the children. Well, you know what? Let's think of the children for a moment. Because as much as the whole statement became a meme, in Ukraine it is a very, very real problem. Let's watch this video.
Шановні українці,
Dear Ukrainians,
українки, сьогодні
today we have new sanctions
є
decisions.
нові наші санкційні рішення. Більш
Over 50 individuals, the majority of them
ніж
Russians,
50 осіб, це більшістю російські особи, які
work for the Russian war against Ukraine,
працюють на війну, на російську війну проти України, на
for the Russian military production and also for propaganda.
російську військову промисловість, а також на пропаганду. Звісно,
Of course, we will share our sanction decisions
ми поширимо наші санкційні рішення також серед
with partner countries as well so that they support
держав-партнерів, щоб вони підтримували цей наш
this entirely justified pressure on Russia for its war.
цілком справедливий тиск на Росію за війну. Також Кабінет
The Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine has also carried out
міністрів України провів підготовчу
preparatory work to synchronize the 19th EU sanctions package.
роботу, щоб
We're going to be hearing this. This is all about sanctions, about packages. That's all good. But the thing that I want to get to is part of this video, and that is the Ukrainian children
організувати 19-й пакет санкцій ЄС в нашій
within our
юрисдикції
jurisdiction.
і європейці
And the Europeans are already preparing
вже готують 20-й
the 20th sanctions
пакет
package.
санкцій. Ми дали
We have submitted proposals to our partners.
пропозиції партнерам. Провів
I held a coordination meeting, a recap of this year's sanctions,
координаційну нараду, підсумок по санкціям за цей рік разом
together with the Security Service of Ukraine,
зі Службою безпеки України, з
the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our state,
Міністерством закордонних справ нашої держави, зі
and the Foreign Intelligence Service.
Службою зовнішньої розвідки.
We identified the key tasks to be completed by the end of the year.
Визначили, які ключові завдання мають бути до кінця року щодо російського
Targeting the Russian tanker fleet, Russian energy companies,
танкерного флоту, російських енергетичних компаній та усіх
and all enterprises and entities that help
тих
sustain
підприємств та суб'єктів, які допомагають працювати російській
the Russian military production.
військовій промисловості. Важливо,
It is important that partners take our arguments into account
що партнери враховують наші аргументи, коли готують
when preparing their pressure.
свій тиск. Окремо я хочу
I want to especially thank our warriors
подякувати нашим воїнам за
for their long-range sanctions against
далекобійні
Russia.
санкції проти Росії. Це більш
There have been more than 160 hits. It refers to the attack on the refineries in Russia, hampering their ability to conduct the war.
ніж 160 уражень тільки
On enemy fuel infrastructure since the start of this year alone.
від початку цього року паливної інфраструктури ворога. І ще сотні
With hundreds more operations carried out directly
операцій було проти їхньої воєнної машини
against the war machine.
безпосередньо. Дякую всім
I thank all our special services for
нашим
this.
спеціальним службам за це. Службі
The Security Service of Ukraine,
безпеки України, розвідки,
the intelligence agencies, and the army.
армії. Найбільш успішні
Ukrainians are most effective
українці тоді, коли
when we act together and align our goals.
діють разом та погоджуючи цілі. Наша
Our foreign intelligence fulfilled the task of locating specific. We're getting into it. We're getting into it right now. Our foreign intelligence fulfilled the task of locating
зовнішня
specific
розвідка виконала завдання щодо пошуку конкретних, чітких
precise addresses of Ukrainian children abducted by Russia. This is very important. This is very important part of being able to find those children and in time rescue them. So this is a very good job done by the service.
адрес місця знаходження українських дітей, які були викрадені Росією. Ми даємо
We are providing our partners with lists, and it makes the job of certain organizations much easier. It is making the job of organizations, I assume, save Ukraine much easier.
Списки партнерам. Перелік дітей,
Lists of
які
children who must be returned.
треба повернути.
It is very important to keep those lists, to keep those addresses, even if there are certain children that unfortunately are near impossible to be identified, especially those who are at a very young age, infants, very small babies that just don't have any distinguishing features yet developed, or children that are very small and have not yet exactly developed an individual identity. Those cases are very, very difficult, and unfortunately, parents of those children might not see them ever again.
Чутливе
This is a sensitive issue with a great deal
питання, багато тихої
of quiet diplomatic work underway.
роботи триває, і щоб зривати
And to foil any Russian attempt to claim
будь-які спроби Росії говорити, що вони там.
they supposedly know nothing about these children. Yeah, Russia keeps lying about it, even though in some cases Russia has very openly bragged about moving them to Russia and putting them up for adoption. So I will say that Russian stance on these issues is very mixed.
Там начебто нічого не знають про наших.
I think during one of the negotiations, Russia has even mocked the idea of returning children to Ukraine. They supposedly know nothing.
Цих діточок ми працюємо.
We are ensuring that addresses are included as well.
Так, щоб давати і адреси. Перший такий
The first such list containing over 300 surnames, first names, only 300. That is a small list, but it's a step in the right direction. Like, I will remind you that unaccompanied children, so children without any relatives, without any guardians, that have been kidnapped, that is a number by some estimates 20,000, by other estimates over 30,000 easy, 35,000 kidnapped children. But there's also a different number, the accompanied children, for example, the children of that live with families on occupied territories, and those families are being forcefully moved to Russia, for example, and the number of abducted accompanied children ranges in the hundreds of thousands. So I will admit that a list of 300 surnames is a drop in the bucket of needs. It is definitely a step in the good direction, but it is a drop in the sea.
Список більш ніж 300 прізвищ, імен, адрес.
And addresses of the abducted children.
Викрадених дітей буде
will be on the desk of all leaders assisting us in this effort.
На столі у всіх лідерів, які нам допомагають. Багато сьогодні
There were many military reports today.
Було доповіді військових детально по фронту.
Okay, that's enough. He's not talking about the children anymore. So yeah, I thought I would look at it on stream because this is actually a very important topic. It's the topic that my entire work in Ukraine basically revolves around. And when there is any new development around the kidnapping of the children, I'm here to talk about it. So this is very good. This is a very good move. And congratulations to the secret services for obtaining this information. I just wish we could get more. I just wish we could get more names, more addresses, etc. And more data on those training facilities in which Ukrainian children are being trained to become Russian soldiers. That's a big problem as well. That is a huge problem as well. Okay. Brilliant. Any questions? Any questions about my main topic of interest? Anybody still watching? Anybody still here? Am I still live? Am I still alive? Am I still here? Let me check a few things.
That's your brain on resentment. Just rot.
Ah, bad empanada. The importance of being principled. What a joke. What a joke. Bad empanada claiming to be principled is the biggest joke of the century. There's nothing more funny than a person like Bad empanada talking about being the importance of being principled.
Rotten like a tooth that eats nothing but caramels.
For most Jews. So, where does that leave you? If you're
Well, it leaves you nowhere, actually, because you still have the original...
That's true. But that is true for most Bad empanada arguments, so... World premiere. I don't know. It says on Steam that I cannot get it yet. So how can it be a world premiere of Europa Universalis if it's still not out? At least on Steam. And I don't plan to get it on anywhere else than Steam, so... I don't want it on anywhere else but Steam. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Oh wow. So many FF Tactics things from years ago. Oh well, let's continue. I am in a bit of a rotten mood today. That might explain a few things, I guess. Ah, yes. I'm looking for... God. I wanted to talk about... yeah. Yeah. I remember now what I wanted to talk about. There you go. The benefits are supposed to be cut like tomorrow or something. So that is a pretty prescient matter. That seems to be a pretty prescient matter to many Americans, food assistance, because, you know, America being the most powerful, most richest, most bestest country in the world, America being made great again naturally means that people have to be more food insecure than ever. People have to be cut off from grocery assistance because that is exactly how America is being made great again. People are being, I guess, put on forced diets or something. Let me see. This video cannot be played. There's an error, of course. Brilliant.
In the last few days, the U.S. Department of Agriculture has made it clear that it does not intend to fund the SNAP program, the nation's biggest food aid program.
Yeah, because who cares about those who are food insecure, right? In the most powerful and richest country in the world, where the thought of anybody going hungry ever should be ridiculous and laughed at. But then again, in the United States of America, the thought of anybody being homeless should be a ridiculous notion and should be laughed at. The richest country. What a joke. How does that affect the American individual? I ask, I guess, naively.
If the federal government shutdown continues into November.
The fact that people need to rely on such programs such as SNAP, people should never be going hungry. Never, ever. It should be considered unacceptable. There's some report that school children go to school hungry, therefore necessitating school lunch programs. It's ridiculous for a country like this too. There should be a robust governmental effort to make sure that no child or no adult goes hungry ever in the United States. That is what actually would make America great again, as opposed to just cutting these programs that people currently have to rely on to get groceries.
This is significant news for about 42 million Americans, about 1 in 8 people in the U.S. They rely...
1 in 8 people in the U.S. rely on programs that assist them in buying groceries. Take that into perspective. Let that sink in.
On the program to buy groceries. The announcement has left food pantries and food banks.
Let that sink in. That is just horrifying. That is a horrifying reality.
Scrambling as well as individuals, several of whom have told the Associated Press that if they don't have the aid, they're going to have to choose between groceries and other bills.
So they will have to go hungry, translation. They will have to go hungry because the government has decided to abandon them. That is just how it goes. The United States, under Trump, I guess I should stress that, does not care about its citizens. And I guess those changes are supposed to come into effect tomorrow.
There had been a push for the federal government to use some contingency funds to pay to keep the program running in November. But in the last few days, the administration has made it clear that it does not intend to do that. We've seen...
Yep. Who cares about hungry people? Hungry people are poor people, and poor people are scum. So nobody cares.
A number of...
That is actually, unironically, what it is.
State governments say that they're going to increase funding for food banks to help out. Some have also looked into trying to use their own money to keep SNAP running for the recipients in their states, but they don't have sort of a technical mechanism to do that, which is...
Yeah. It is a big system. SNAP is a big system.
Has been a major roadblock to that effort.
Yep. During a hearing over a requested by 25 Democratic-led states to keep the funding flowing, U.S. District Judge Indira Talvani told lawyers that if the government cannot afford to cover the cost, there is a process to follow rather than simply suspending all benefits. The steps involve finding an equitable way of reducing benefits, said Talvani was nominated to the court by the President Barack Obama. Talvani said she expects the later Thursday and seemed to be leaning towards requiring the government to put billions of dollars in emergency funds towards SNAP. That, she said, is her interpretation of what Congress intended when an agency's funding runs out. Well, that doesn't seem to be the case because it seems like the cuts to SNAP will come into effect. If you don't have money, you tighten your belt, she said in court. You are not going to make everyone drop dead because it's a political game someplace. Well, actually, it seems like the opposite is true. Yeah, people will have to, I guess, drop dead. People have to go hungry because who cares? Talwani acknowledged that even ordering emergency funds to pay for SNAP might still be painful for some SNAP recipients because it could mean they get less money and that the money they do get could be delayed. We are dealing with a reality that absent a 100% win for you, the benefits are not going to be there on November 1st, she told the plaintiffs. Hearing came 2 days before the U.S. Department of Agriculture, blah, blah, blah. SNAP, which costs about $8 billion per month, serves about 1 in 8 Americans and is a major piece of the nation's social safety net, something that the Trump administration is very hard at work to dismantle. Word in October that it will be a November 1st casualty of the shutdown set states, food banks, and SNAP recipients scrambling to figure out how to secure food. Yep, American citizens scrambling on how to secure food. The richest country in the world. Indeed. Indeed, make America great again. President Donald Trump's administration said it wasn't allowed to use contingency fund with about $5 billion in it for the program, which reversed the USDA plan for before the shutdown that said that money would be tapped to keep SNAP running. The Democratic-led states argued that not only could that contingency money be used, it must be. He also said a separate fund with around $23 billion could be tapped. And states cope with it. Maryland, SNAP recipients 693,496, 11% of state population, 11.2% of state population. Government was more declared a state of emergency on October 30th and made a $10 million available to food banks and other organizations. A nice gesture. Although the states requested the funding continue only in their jurisdictions, the judge indicated that any ruling would apply nationwide, saying it wouldn't be fair to treat recipients differently depending on which state they live in. It is hard for me to understand that this is not an emergency when there is no money and a lot of people are needing their SNAP benefits. So there you go. people are just going to be hungry. Hungry but not starving. I mean, possibly starving, but nobody has ever died of lack of food, right? Nobody has ever died of starvation. That has never happened before. So it's all gonna be fine. It's okay. It's all good. America's finally becoming greater again. Finally. It's all good. Finally, America's becoming great again. Ooh. Hold on. Live. Uh-oh. Let's watch it, actually. Hold on. The Trump what? We might as well watch it live. What is happening? Oh, fuck me. Hold on. Trump live warning. Okay, I'm gonna check this out now. Trump nuclear warning. Trump's nuclear warning.
So Russia now responding after President Trump called for the U.S. to resume nuclear testing, with the Kremlin saying, quote,
There's a response. There's a response from the Kremlin. So I guess this is going to be folded into the segment about Trump asking for nuclear tests. And by asking, demanding, I mean.
all countries are developing their defense systems, but this is not a nuclear test. If someone abandons the moratorium, Russia will act accordingly.
There you go. This is why it's important for me. It was important for me to know that many people said that the test by Russia was not a real nuclear test because no nuclear explosions were involved. That is exactly why I said that, because now Russia can say, hey, the US is actually testing, well then we're gonna actually test as well.
Joining us now is retired four-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman of the Institute of the Study for War, General Jack Keane. General, what's your reaction to the president saying what he said, be the first time since '92 we test, and Russia's response?
Yeah, well, it's been speculation for years, Brian, that, you know, Russia and China are secretly testing nuclear warheads. Whether that's a fact or not remains to be seen. I mean, certainly Trump, our president, gets classified information, whether that's a reality or not. But I also think that what's likely happening here is Russia just recently announced that the testing of delivery systems.
Yep, the testing of the nuclear-powered missiles.
A cruise missile and an underwater drone.
Yeah.
Not the warhead, the delivery systems of a potential warhead itself. And the president may be reacting to something like that. Listen, we're the
I think that's true. I already said before on today's stream that that is my theory on what is happening with the testing.
The president is on nuclear warheads and nuclear weapons is he wants to see a de-escalation of it. He wants to see a reduction of it. He's not looking for any escalation of this whatsoever. And, you know, he's attempted to bring China and Russia together to work towards that end, and China has stiffed that process entirely. And as we all know, Russia is increasing their nuclear weapons, particularly their tactical nuclear weapons. So I think more to follow on here on the pathway ahead.
President says, I give it a 12 out of a 1 to 10 scale. His meeting with President Xi. They didn't really bring up Taiwan. I know that's a big focus of our war games and our worries.
There you go. Let's go back. Live. Live.
Charge 100%, 200%, whatever they charge. Now, Europe just announced they're lowering the tariffs on cars. You know, we charge like a joke, 2.5%. That's what this country charges. Europe just announced that they're reducing their tariffs.
I already know about that. Yeah, Trump said that. Yeah, that's already been. I already talked about that. Okay. Okay, good. This time it's World War III for sure. Trust me. Trust me. Okay. So we have this. We have that. Oh yeah, the anti-Ukraine coalition. The anti-Ukraine coalition, I guess. We could talk about that. How long have I been? See, we've been at it for 4 hours, 30 minutes. I'm thinking I'm just gonna raid you now. Because I have still some stuff to do. I'm gonna raid you into... President Sunday, there you go. Maybe one day he'll return the favor. I doubt it, but whatever. Okay, see you. Bye-bye. Good night. Stay safe out there. As always.